Buddha. But there's a host of
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
All right. We got the combine offensive lineman today. We're already looking at the on-field drills right now.
Player, but he's not scared of defensive slot drills. He averaged a double-double in high school, but this drill right here, not so much.
How we doing?
See your change of position outside of your feet, keep it on the steps, and then also
There's Charles Cross.
Are you raising up your pads, or are you able to stay down to get a long pass play in 5 seconds? Shots fired.
Okay.
The coach can see that direction, right? But you're just kind of simulating as if the defensive lineman makes a move in that direction. So you want to see how quickly they can react to what the coach is pointing to them, how small of a time you can make that, or you can react to what you're seeing and telling your feet. You can see it, guys. Some guys, it's just not a pause. They want to change directions. It's just how
Charles had a pretty good reaction, I think, compared to the rest of them. He was a lot quicker thus far.
They've got to figure out what they're going to do there as well. This is Deach from Arizona State, ran really fast, had a great all-star week. Good athlete. I think that's interesting is you see sometimes the guys are really good 40s. They've got really good so I'm watching a traditional see, all right, he's pretty fast, right? At that 40, that was impressive, but can he translate that to football technique to be able to go side to side? He changed direction. Then he did a great job right there. Yeah. That athleticism does transfer from the inbound 40 drill. It's just kind of size there. So that's why you see how smooth it is. You see it's clear.
Nice. I'm liking Akeem right now. That looks smooth. Mm.
As quick as they want to be, so they're trying to take longer strides, which in the kind of football, when you're in the trenches, you'd rather go 2 steps that way. There's a difference. There are stretches. Outside you. And if that foot's in the air, you're trying to get longer strides, gain more, try to go faster. And this drill over here, kind of set yourself up for success, right? You know, scouting draft, so I guess it's a player. Yes, you know, it's not very smart team. Spread that's how it's going to make it look 2 yards or left in there. And you won't get overextended. Like that, like a spot drill. Easier for the other guys. Some guys you watch, and I think it's going to be easier transition for notice too that the offensive line coaches are almost that ankle flexibility. As a lineman, you know, playing in the AFC North.
Here's Marquise Hayes. I had him on my mock draft. Take a look at him.
You got to play with balance with all your cleats in the ground, so you're not falling on the ground, you're not losing balance. That's one of the ways to really. This is turf. It's good turf.
Blocking those ankles, man.
If you get outside of the framework of your body, trying to put your toes in the ground, you're not getting your heels all the way. You don't have that ability in your ankles to be able to feel the ground. I get Texas there. Dirty out, geeking out. I love it too. I love it when
5-yard wave drill.
so many great teaching points you guys can get this year. It's not because I don't know Texas. For 5 years.
So you're wearing Chuck Taylors right now. Good shoe selection, absolutely. How about that one right here? This is over here.
Look at just balance it like hardly any time in the ground. Serious because that ankle bend is really significant. The shins, you imagine almost touching the top of the heel, above the top of the shoes. That's where you can create your power. It's not right to its ankles.
Just see the different balance and different. How about Jergens? This guy, he's a soldier right here.
Whoa. Look at Cam Jurgens. Okay. Nice movement.
Average so much ground. He's so aggressive, guys, that sometimes that gets in his way a little bit as a player. You see him get overextended, trying to be a little bit too aggressive. But the athleticism, that is all his body. You know, that's why the offensive line coaches are usually the house fit is this body. Thinking out of most out of the players compared to the position. So, awful inside. You know, a little too aggressive here, Rob. And then on the ground, too many penalties. You just got to.
James Bradbury can be traded, but Saquon Barkley cannot be traded. Interesting. What? We restructured Taylor Moton's contract. Whoa, that's big. That looks smooth. Abraham Lucas, okay.
All right, so we've seen this drill here. How does it translate? You heard the guys explain it. Let's go back. Here, look at Elton Jenkins, one of the more versatile offensive linemen in the NFL going through this L drill. See the change of direction, keeping those feet nice and wide. No pause there to change of direction. The ankle flexion, guys are talking about down there on the field is a great up close look at it right there. When we go to the game tape, watch him change direction here. You're going to come off on the linebacker, go back and forth, staying low, not getting overextended. Showing you a little bit of that change of direction we saw on the video. Here he is out at left tackle. He played position actually left guard here. He moved up and down the line. Get out in space. Can you come to balance? Get on that corner, put him on the ground. Some of that movement. Here's Charles Cross showing his way drill here to change direction. Fun to watch the big guys go to work. Kenyon Green, another example here.
Dude got a dump truck. He's quick though. Wow.
Strong outfit, and we're getting to the long pole drill here. Hey, Sean, as an interior lineman, explain the difference between a short pole and a long pole.
Yeah, long pole. So basically, you're left guard right now, and you got to pull across the line. And right now, you're trying to turn the corner and get up to a second level defender. It's not a kick out. Otherwise, you can come flat down the line and kick them out. So as these guys pull, you want to watch that first step. Can they open up with their hip in that first step, or they turn their entire hips to run down that line? So you're checking the hip flexion, out of the stance, the ankle flexion, all of that. And then when they get to this cone, you see Cross right there, he kind of slowed up and chopped his feet on that cone. So you want to see, do they stay low for it? Do they stand up and they have to dip as they turn this cone right here? Just get the question. So see how hard they are, can they move in space? Let me just say this, one down screen, right up the space, it feels like offense on parade. Some guys close their eyes and some guys just, hope they make contact, but out in space is not sure for you second.
As you can see, the prospects at center are out. Kind of snap. Take guys and watch the outside knee. That's going to tell you what these guys have, right? If they're on that first step, turn it on the sideline. Just like that. You want to pick that foot up, turn it. Gives you the ability to pull back and deepen around down blocks that a lot of times when you run some of these one type plays, powers, some of those toss trap type plays, you need to get rid of the trash that's inside, right? A lot of times you have a receiver on TV, receiver coming back. got a tight end, there's going to be some leakage. So you got to be able to get enough depth to be able to get around it. That all comes down to the ability that these guys have. This drill will expose or will show the great ability that you have. Check out this forward guard who's snap the ball. And you guys simulate being a quarterback and see.
Yeah, but that's a dangerous job. I mean, you could lose a finger. If you're not getting out, you got to get that shirt on. You're taking that center shades.
That's what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about interview. You got the short skirt.
Yeah. Outside the goal. I tell you, if he gets a lot of when you do this, his feet, he's so much faster, so much closer. Some of these other guys, you see the difference. You almost hear it down there in the field.
So forward there. Almost no rise in his pad and hip play. When he opens his hips, he pull around that corner to his eye. So far, good job. Great power, and you're running, and you got great angle. You're carrying that power and that balance so that you can react. If all of a sudden somebody comes in the whole safety that you have, now you have to react and look at it's exactly what you're seeing right here. Coach that's giving a direction to where they want to finish the drill. Stacey, yes.
Well, here's what's crazy, guys. Ian Johnson, told me this. He didn't start playing football until his high school year. He was a golfer. He didn't think he was an athlete, and his mom actually convinced him to get into golf. He was a an engineer-type guy, a cybersecurity undergrad. But, guys, the scouts I've talked to, this guy's stock is rising.
Golfer loves contact. Sounds like a deal part. We also need to be careful about the offensive line athletes because
It was coached by Joe because it's all
well done, sir. All right,
Good joke right there. Good joke.
Little Exo here on the long pole. Right down the line here, you're going to be able to change direction. Let's see who we've got to demonstrate. So one of the best bowlers in the league. Joe's very familiar. Teller here he is at the combine.
Oh, nice.
Direction, how smooth he is. Just the space is something he's done throughout his career. He's a dominant bowler. Straight down the line. You get his pass, it's not going to end.
Oh! That's a great highlight, Phil, above him. Good Lord.
Edge rusher right on the ground. Another example here, getting out space. Look at the foot speed. Able to accelerate, finish. And now we get a chance to see Zion Johnson doing the same thing. Right down the line. Pitch back square.
Yeah, Zion looked good on that drill, man.
Fortunately.
Dude, the speed.
Brady's look today.
Okay. Not bad.
Sometimes you're going to have to pull from the table stance, which for a lot of guys can be difficult or a little easier how your hips are cut. But a lot of times you're going to be running some slick offensive stance. You're going to have to 3-point of your yardage situation. So these coaches just want to see you have one leg tools, right? What can you pull out? What can you do for a game? Where are your limitations? Like, where are the things that maybe you're not a great fit for the type of offense that you have? Because you may feature certain things over other things. Make sure that's exactly how they're not. Find their strengths, but also what are their weaknesses. That's maybe the most important thing. You guys talk about the difference in stackers. We're seeing stances here benefits.
Yeah, obviously, you know, anyone who played right on left tackle's got a little advantage in this drill because they're used to being left hand stance.
Kalen drifting a little left there.
You know what they're doing is they're stepping on that left foot behind right foot. It helps them open up that hip to run. Now, there's a couple different ways to do this. You can turn and run, or you can do a little bit of skip pull. Some line coaches like to skip. Some guys like to back into that.
Wow. Akeem. There we go. That's one of the guys I was looking at.
Could be the first overall pick in the draft. We're looking at right there. He's certainly working out like he could. Nebraska South. These Jerkins against somebody.
Nah, I still say Evan Neal is number one. Cam Georges actually beat Sue, huh? Wow. Not bad. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're actually going to listen to Big Cat stream about what he thinks we should be looking for, since he was in alignment on the defensive and offensive line, and I trust his judgment more than mine, since he actually played on the lines. I didn't. So let's listen in.
Obviously, the top guys are the main course, but this draft class of offensive linemen is so deep, even put her ass to sleep. Yeah. Ice Cube's reference. You got Zion Johnson, the guard from Boston College. You got the offensive tackle, Daniel Falali, the guy I was telling you about from Minnesota. Big dude, big dude. Went to IMG Academy. Got Cole Strange playing quarterback. It can work in your favor. Did you hear what I said there? If you're an athlete playing quarterback.
Apologies about the ads and his language. But, he's got some really good points here, so let's see what he has to say.
We run two.
Stupid ads. Come on.
40-yard dash can work in your favor. But really, when it comes to offensive linemen, you want to see how they move in short spaces. All right, so you want to look at what is called the shuttle drill. All right, that's what you guys really want to pay attention to, man. The shuttle drill measures lateral quickness in the small space. All right, so a lot of guys, if you see them, in the fours and stuff like that, that means they got quick agileness from side to side, and that helps with pulling guards. You know what I mean? They help with zone blocking. That helps with climbing to the next level. So that's what you guys want to pay attention to when it comes to these linemen and the combine drills and the 3-cone drills as well, man. And you also want to pay attention to the bench press. You need to see the upper body strength. Okay, it's not good. So the perfect lineman is going to have. Let's see. In the shuttle drill, you want him to have somewhere, worst come to worst, low 5, high 4s in the shuttle drill, you know what I mean? And then in the bench press, you want to have him somewhere north of 20 reps, okay? If you can get on one of these offensive linemen and be mid 20 plus reps, and also, let's say, high 4s, low 5s when it comes to shuttle drill, that's a guy that's a balanced guy. What I mean by balance is he can move and he has power. He has power in his upper body, all right? Some of these guys you're going to see leaning too far to the left or leaning too far to the right. And what I mean by that is you're going to either get a guy who's really, really agile, but he's weak as shit, or you're going to get a guy who's really, really strong, but can't move. And that's what we want to avoid. As Panther fans and as Matt Rule and as Scott Fitterer in the scouting department, you don't want to get a guy who's either really, really strong but can't move, or a guy who's really, really fast but can't be strong. So you want to kind of look for the balance of both of the two. So the bench press definitely comes in. You definitely want to see the 3-cone drill. But we got to throw this thing up here, man. My eyes are solely glued on the interior offensive lineman. Now, listen, I know you guys like Charles Cross, Evan Neal, and Ike Inua, and it's hard to say. It's hard to say right now because, you got to understand, it seems like the combine starts at 4 p.m. Yes, sir, 4 p.m. I think that's when they start doing the measurables. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. They start doing the measurables at 4 p.m. and then they start doing on-the-field drills at 7. Okay? 4 p.m. is measurables, and I think on-the-field drills at 7 p.m., all right? So we'll go live after that. But, again, y'all, it's hard to say right now. I don't know if they'll take a tackle. I just don't know. Because, like I said, reports are already starting to come out. I don't know why, we're doing so much talking right now. I don't know why we're talking about shit that we don't need to be talking about, but it looks like they're going to put Brady Christensen at left tackle, or Matt Rule's opening up to the idea. With that being said, do you take another tackle?
What are your thoughts on putting Brady Christensen at left tackle? Because my thoughts are this man should have been at left tackle to begin with. You know, that's what we drafted him for. But Matt Rule screwed it up, and he put him on. Come on, Matt. That's another example of how he's handicapping us. I want to see what drill this is.
He got pushed back, so coach, I'm sorry, I couldn't do my job. No, you got to get enough depth to get cash. You get up to the second round, cash out. As they just gave me one of the comps here with the numbers, that's Zion Johnson, and his numbers
Ooh. Ankle injury?
The numbers exactly match up. Well, the official 40s have come back for group 4. We have 6 40s so far. That's not really 6. This was John Deach. That's 4-8-9. You have a sub 4-9. Numbers 4-9-2. Cam Jurgens, Abraham Lucas 4-9-2. Just that 4-9-5 for Charles Cross and Braxton Jones 4-9-7. Some 540s right there. Let's go back in time here.
Short pull.
Inside this building, playing for the Indianapolis Colts. Here he is coming out of Alabama. Same exact drill coming across. Those hands inside, square up, run your feet. Outstanding. You can see his ability to roll his hips there. Outstanding. He's working with his partner. Quentin Nelson on the down block. He's coming around, working up to the linebacker. Watch out. Table stay tight. Low kick, latch. Run your feet. Outstanding for Ryan Kelly. Another example here. Again, you get the down block from Big Q. He's working up to the linebacker. Clear his hip, climb up. And look at him displace the linebacker. Here's Big Icky Aquanu. Watch him when he gets going here. See how nice path is. Big Kenyon Green. Starting guard. Zion Johnson just talked about his comparison with Doug. And for a long time in this league, Zion Johnson is the same thing. Is that Stout down there?
Yes. Jeff Stalin down there coaching. We finally got a shield. I mean, it's not an official line drill until you get to punch something, right? So we got our shields out there. I missed hearing the pop on that last drill, the official line drill. So you can really kind of see the hips, that hip roll that I'm talking about. You know,
Eagles run game coordinator.
Down the street, you got to get your hips into it. And when you have the shield there, that's when you can kind of see who can generate the force through the hips, through the feet, and bring their hands with their punch. So now you can see this is a tweak to previous drill. I used to just do kind of like a rabbit drill, right? It's a kick slide vertical set, and the guy would just run by the cone. And Stouse was telling me before they kind of talked to some veteran players and some NFL legends like Joe Thomas. Just said they're going to tweak this drill a little bit because they want to see some redirection. They want to see guys change direction during this pass set, not just a straight vertical set. So you can see now, drill used to be you have a runner kind of just run up the hash and you have to try to keep up with them. The whole point of that is seeing how long these guys can kick slide and keep their hips square. You want to see the turn on the second step. That softens the corner, shortens the edge for the defensive rusher to get the quarterback. So how long can you keep your hips square on this drill? And then as you redirect,
There we go.
what foot do you move first? If you're moving your right foot, now you're gathering the base and losing power. So you better power step with that left foot down. You step back inside.
One leg in the Denver, pass blocking, 2-legged, and you're right out there. We got both feet in the ground to be able to stop the defender. And so that's what we're watching here. The timing of the hands and the feet is right. You're a good athlete. Okay, you can move your feet out there. But how does that translate when you've got a guy across your field? is your brain able to work fast enough to be able to get those feet around the right time and time up with when you're making contact with that defender? Because if you got one foot on the ground, you're going to push back. I don't care how big and how strong you are. I don't care if you're 400 pounds and you run a 4.540. You got one foot on the ground, you're getting knocked over. Did you ever, Joe, after redirecting and then sliding back, turned around and ran back? Did you ever run? Yes. I had 20-some quarterbacks for the rounds of interceptions. So
What do they call this drill? Because I still haven't seen what they call that drill.
But you know, when you look at this drill, and so everybody's running these things, I just saw decades. The right tackle at LSU, 62 games he played in. But in the history of LSU, he was a right tackle. So this drill is. You saw Charles Cross, he's a left tackle, so now he's got to flip everything to the other side. So you're going to see a little versatility from some guys that played on the left side, and then also a little edge for some guys on the right side.
A lot of these guys are tackles, right? A lot of the guys in the NFL that play inside are tackles in college, and so it's really important for these coaches to get to see it. We're projecting these guys to play tackles in there as a guard. We're going to use left tackle. How quickly is he going to be able to get that transition? That's why it's so important.
It's like a pass, run, drop off, something like that. Did y'all catch the name of it?
He didn't redirect. Did not fail the directions in between. So for
he's a powerful stuff. It's like the cleats are holding up.
That's what happens when you're jumping on the ground and your entire feet balance is not inside of your feet. That's where you want that balance. That's where you create confidence. That's where you don't slip. That's where you take out TGs minus 5. You want that direction. So
I'm a little surprised they can agree to have an issue with it. So there's the film on him. He's got power.
He can roll his hips.
He's on the court.
It's one of the things that when you're out here in college pads, you got a little bit more adrenaline. You realize this is the biggest job interview of your entire life. You get that adrenaline. Sometimes that adrenaline causes you to be out of bounds. You're going faster than you normally would. And when you're playing in a game, you got the pads on. That's something you got to be able to just close your eyes, take a deep breath, get yourself keep it away. Don't try to be somebody you're not.
This isn't a race, okay?
The race you're going to take is almost like a little bit like Brock Lesnar. Yeah. But look at these guys here.
Wow, Cam.
Well, we saw Zion do Johnson do his drill. And basically, seamlessly goes up there. I can't stance and has no issue whatsoever.
Guys, what's the challenge when you're looking high hits on your side? Some of them are it's a challenge when they kick in there. Yeah, a lot of times it's the change of direction, right? Because you're going one change direction and then making that kick without popping up in the air because you lose a lot of time. If you struggle kind of redirecting, it's really where you see your screens get another shot at the stroke. It's like dropping a his cleats are slipping out. Coach Alec told him to regroup. He came back and he regrouped and he finished the drill run. As I mentioned, 46 of them sub-5 from group 4. Silicon Office Friday. Indiana, 2022. Scattered combine live.
All right, so a couple of them that I noticed that did well on a few of those drills. Akeem, Cam, Alec was okay on that last drill. Yeah, the hips and the slide right there. Here's what you gotta focus on. Alec did well on the short pull. Akeem did well on the pull from the 2-point stance. Long pull drill. I thought Cross was alright. You know, he's not as athletic on a drill like that, but, you know, he still made himself look alright. Akeem looked good. Zion looked alright. And, you know, that turf is slippery, so Alex slipped right there. But he recovered pretty well. Oh, apologies, I'm battling cold symptoms. Alright, my apologies, y'all. I'm battling cold symptoms, so if you hear any background noise, that's my family. But, normally I don't stream out here out in the living room that much, so I'm trying not to pick up background noise, but if I do, I do. So, y'all don't mind them. Pass rush drops.
Watchful eyes on this drill.
Rich, we got a punching pass for right here. You're talking about some high hit guys earlier. Nicholas is a high hit guy. And one of the challenge with that is those guys have to bend their knees back a lot. Guys, I want to go out here. So a couple things on this punching pass, right? So your kick sliding out to your left here. We're going to punch Zach Street who's holding this blue shield right here. And then we're going to power step to the inside and get another punch. So a couple things you're looking at. Obviously the balance, the footwork, but you're bringing your feet with you when you punch. If you're going to use power, you just stretch your hands up. So you got to bring your feet with you when you punch. His hands with your thighs. And you can't do that. You got to be like a boxer. You got your hands up high. Like that.
There you go, Akeem.
This is the most important thing for me when I'm watching this drill. Watching that outside. The outside knee has got to stay inside of your knee. Because as soon as the outside knee moves outside of that shoe, that's when you're losing balance. That's when you're opening yourself up to the counter move to the inside. The other thing, watch the squareness of the shoulders, right? Guys that open that outside shoulder to the sidelines, it gives them susceptibility back to the inside. So take the left knee, when they go to the left, and the left shoulder, if those things are square, that's a really good sign. You know, he's my favorite player out here. Just watching him.
So he's watching some stud at like,
in all seriousness, I'm joking. He says that yours
gotta go one more kick, get out.
Before I get here. So just it's 5 o'clock somewhere. He's here. Actually, it's 5:30. Indianapolis. We're late. Sean, let's go. Get out of here.
I started. We will pick up.
Space on Joe was a Tony Crasher said you don't have to say what's his favorite.
Pretty good drill, High. One more time.
Ingram's had a great day. Everything he's done, drew it out. That got up on him.
Got a little shot. I think the coach on the sword is telling him that.
Taking this drill to the field.
Look at this stance right here. Look at this left leg. This knee out, right? This one watch him off Philly's eye. On the bouncer side, guard for the hands, and he tucks that left knee in there, and that really gives him great balance, great power. But you can see the hip out. Everybody can do that. You see a lot of guys, their knee is kind of outside their ankle. Zion, his knee is inside the ankle, so that really helps him with 3 reps. But the balance, there is no tilt. There's a good top heavy. All his weight is down in his lower back.
It could also be injury prone too. At some point in the future. So be watching for that. People go for that knee, man. It's risky. Here's Alec. Nice, Lingstrom. Very nice.
Redirect back to the inside and pick up the guy that's looping back to the inside.
Yeah, I think in a step further too is your left tackle. So you got a sixth. All right, what's a sixth? Well, I pass it into that defensive man, and also the linebacker comes in on blitz. And I got to change directions now and pick up that blitzer. Usually, a tackle would have to sit on an empty protection because now you don't have that running back or the tight end. So you got to have that redirect on athleticism.
Hey, give me these 2 combs. All right, guys, we just saw that drill. We saw Akeem go through and do it. Let's look at him redirect when we watch him on tape. One of the things you can do and you can see with him is the athleticism, be able to get outside, maybe overset a little bit, be able to recover back inside, wash it down the line of scrimmage, keep your quarterback clean, and results in a touchdown.
I mean, you can't argue with the results.
Sometimes you watch him on tape, he does get overset a little bit. He's got the ability to slide back in and recover and protect himself. Was that what you told? That was the hand was a little outside on that one. Yes, it was. Rich. A little hook on that one. But here he is redirecting. Back inside, shooting hands. There's talk about him. If you talk to some guys in the league, they actually love him at guard. He's going to be playing tackle. He's a unique talent. Here it is.
Here we go. Everybody's favorite drill, right? Except for the guy doing this. And you know, we used to call it the mirror dodge drill when you had a rabbit. But too many rabbits were going down. So now this one is all reaction. This is the cooperative right here. It's a deep burn. The longer this drill goes on, the longer you'll see guys start to raise up. So we're going to talk about this guy right here, John Tyree. Right? This guy's he's impressive too. But can you talk about like how athletic he looked right there, moving back and forth, great balance. But this guy went to White Castle High School. I mean, is there a better high school than White Castle?
I went to many schools at White Castle.
Astro Mirror.
Whenever you move it sideways down the line of scrimmage, if you're a tackle, the first thing that needs to move is the
Okay.
Now you're rolling your feet outside of your shoe and you're putting yourself in position where you're out of bounds. If there is a redirect that needs to happen, now you got to change your balance again. You get that feet inside the shoes and be able to redirect. So if you're watching these feet, the snap comes. You want to see that outside of the foot first. You want to see
right there. That high hit guy, but these were like pistons. And one of the things that you're talking about with that knee. I want to see, I want to hear it. I want to hear that foot. You can see they're really wrestling with their feet. You can see the black pellets. Come on, move those feet. Come on, move. Cover ground. Big guys. Big guys.
He's hitting the drill right there. The feet are moving fast, but he's not moving a lot.
Go, here we go. Come on. Right here.
So we're here in Indianapolis, Indiana, watching the first group of offensive linemen go through their drill. Thanks for coming.
Actually, I'm gonna have it ready.
So,
Hey, it's Indy Reid.
Well, I'll tell you, just what you were saying. The feet are important. The balance. You know, keep their shoulders kind of over their toes there, and not get too far over the toes, whether they're out of sync or the fingers.
and last year, for instance, as we're watching these guys go through it, is this where somebody like Creed Humphreys first caught your eye, or will you be coming into the combine thinking about somebody like him?
Well, if you know Brett Beach, he's like 10 steps ahead of the game. So by the time I even got to this, Brett had me set up and watching tape on Creed Humphrey. So he really liked him. These guys liked him. So I had a heads up before we ever got to any combines.
Hans looked good on that one.
And so that you saw him here at the beginning of the process, checking off as a section.
Exactly, that's what you do. You get set up to by your personnel guys. As a head coach, you get set up by your personnel guys, and then this is the best part of this is you get to meet the guys, and then you see them move around. The coaches have designed these things, these exercises. The offensive line coaches in this case have designed these exercises so they're consistent every year, but yet they're also consistent with some of the things that they're going to be doing on the football.
Coach, last year, you guys just rebuilt the whole offensive line on the fly and had tremendous success with those groups. Going into the process, you envisioned it going as well and as quickly as it was to integrate all these new pieces?
Well, I did, only because we had a blend of guys and then some new guys. I wasn't sure Trey was a little bit of we were excited about, but he was a little bit of a surprise for us. He was able to mature quite that quick and be able to step in and do what he did. Creed did, we anticipated he would be the center. But again, as much as I compliment those five guys that were all new up front, Brett was able to keep the guys that played for us last year for the most part, the year before for the most part. And I was so happy about their attitude and how they handled that. There wasn't a selfish approach at all. And when they had an opportunity to play, we saw Wiley come in and do a nice job for us.
All right, Coach, here's the drill that we were just watching here. Get a chance to see Lane Johnson do the exact same drill. You go back and look when he was coming through the combine. You see the change of direction that he's brought to the table to help him have a long, successful career. Going out of Oklahoma, top 5 pick, you can see his ability to drop his way, quick feet. They don't do this anymore, Coach. They don't let him do the mirror drill anymore. There's no rabbits anymore. But here's Lane Johnson. You can see how easy working against Cam George, just the stop start for your back. He's just a phenomenal athlete who continues to play at an elite level. And just staying attached, always moving his feet. Just some of these guys, Coach, they make this stuff work a lot easier than it really is.
Yeah, I actually had a chance to work Lane out that year that he came out. And I told him I was going to put in a tackle-eligible pass, so where he was actually throwing the ball on a reverse, because there's no offensive lineman that had a gun like he has. I mean, he's a phenomenal athlete. He went there as a quarterback, and here he is playing the offensive line.
I don't know if you've seen on the field, Coach, but when you look at O'Hara and you see Joe Thomas right now, I told them they're going to find their way in tight end day with what these guys are physically looking like right now. They're going to graduate from being able to talk about offensive linemen. They're in too good a shape.
Well, you know what? I need to talk to them because they have been on a nice reduction plan. I need to take them up on that.
No, but if you ever did that, I mean, don't you think you would be as good a coach?
You know, that might hurt.
You know what I'm saying? It's like Samson has his hair. You have your diet. You know what I'm saying?
I'm proud of everybody. I just take them up.
We've been around so that's the way Steve is.
Oh, no, look at me. For a little guy, he'll always push it off on me, but you know what? He can eat. He's not shy about it. If he's not turning,
he's definitely never done it. That's for sure. So, the way your season ended, what is your evaluation of what happened in the NFC Championship game? Now if you're adjusted, you're trying to adjust it. Whatever you're doing with your roster.
Yeah, I'll tell you the great thing about this team that we had, no two teams are the same, but the great thing about this team was they wanted you to shoot them straight. I was able to talk to them after the game. But we're all taking the responsibility. It starts with me. I could have brought offense to make better position. With play calls and such. That second half. The great first half. The second half, we didn't do very well. And so that's my responsibility. But these guys, I listen to their comments after the game. They all took responsibility for it, whether it's on offense or defense, especially if you can do that, you can get better. And so it gives us an opportunity to start this next year off on a nice level platform and an opportunity to increase our abilities. And as a head coach, that's all you can ask for.
Coach, you guys have put so much speed on tactical. We see that group run yesterday with these wide receivers. We got another fast group going through. What type of an impact is it right now when you have so many guys like that?
Yeah, that is a fast group. Unbelievable. Yeah, so I just thought that they were flying yesterday. I'd like to just put a couple of planes down. They can really scoot. And it looks like they had a good attitude. We were good to interview for the ones we had in our group were tremendous. So I anticipate it's a pretty good group from what I've heard from other teams.
So in the evaluation process, did you see all particular that?
Final trigger on Brett he was pushing us with this guy forever. He was like wearing John and I out with this quarterback from the tight kid was a freshman on it through and so we had tape, we had tape on our desk and we'd go through it and look at it. He's good, but he's got to put another but we had a hit by the time we got to the draft. We obviously seen it last night. By the time we got here, we had seen it on
So it was basically Brett Beach, you're saying, as he was going through his career, this guy, 6 years before the draft, is when he was beginning to maybe be on your radar.
Yeah, he was out on the field for one of the games, scouting on that Texas Tech. This guy's the best I've ever seen. So, when somebody tells you that has the experience Brett has, you go, you gotta look at him. And so, John had to get it where we could get him and did a great job of that. But, at the same time, it was ridiculous. Making sure we looked.
Yeah, I think you got that one right. We give Brett's love on that one. And it worked out okay.
I just think so many fans are just fascinated about, as we're going through the combine, and we mentioned checking boxes, pieces of the puzzle about how you put it together and know what you're going to do in the next 2 weeks. Here begins in 10 days. And then once you figure that pieces out, that will affect your draft board. Is that the way basically this is over?
Yeah, he does a great job. He gets Eric Van involved, who's a phenomenal evaluator. He gets Spags involved, who's a phenomenal evaluator. Dave Toad has his part with the special teams. All the coaches, he's able to get in there. He's got a great relationship with those guys. Make sure they're looking at them. His guys have done for 80 miles worth of work to make sure that they know this down to fit into what we do offensively, defensively, and special teams wise. He's very organized that way. Fred is supplying us with these things.
Coach, from our time together, I know how much you love pass rushers. We have as deep of a group as I can remember this year. How exciting is it when you not only have the top end guys in this draft, but really depth you can find pass rushers all throughout this draft?
Yeah, sure. If you can get your offensive line and defensive line together and strong, that helps you win football games at this level, in particular when you get in the playoffs. I mean, you see that every year. The teams that function the best up front are more successful.
Now,
Did y'all hear that?
you mentioned that
Did y'all hear that?
Jim Jurgens was giving out.
That came from the lips of Andy Reid. I've been preaching this every week. Come on now. Offensive and defensive lines. This man understands.
They say that ends for knowledge, right? So,
I figured, that might put you in the leg up on your draft. Good to see you, sir.
Thanks, I appreciate you.
That is Andy Reid of the Kansas City Chiefs right here on NFL Network's Combine. These are the unofficial 10
That was really cool.
The journey was moving into the 10-yard line, too. Look at him. There you guys. There's the fast guys right there. So, all right. When we come back, coming up next. Just saw this young man. Stupendous. Combine. Also for Charles Cross. Oh, God. Oh, wow. Now. Yeah. That's called a fall drive.
Money is all about momentum. M1 Finance puts my money in motion.
All right, so y'all heard it from Andy Reid. The offensive and defensive line. It is consistent that you see teams with strong offensive and defensive lines win ball games, in playoff times especially. Andy is one of the best coaches in the NFL, and he said that. I mean, how many more times I gotta say it to where it ends up like a broken record for this Panthers management? Use your heads. Don't go for a quarterback. Go for an offensive lineman this year. Come on now. We're tired of this. Every year we just somehow manage to screw it up in some way, shape, or form. And it's crazy to think what we could do with an offensive line and a defensive lineman strong. Alright, so what I noticed from that one, Cam is looking really good right now. I like what I'm seeing from him on each one of these drills. There's a lot of potential for him to get drafted somewhere really nice and be successful. So, now, here's one other thing I wanted to point out. On the pass pro mirror drill, Akeem did not cover a lot of ground. He was fast, on the rabbit drill, but he didn't cover a lot of ground. And that's a big concern, because you want a balanced guy, like Big Cat was saying. And I think he's got the best analysis of linemen since he actually played the position. So, if you missed that, I played that earlier in the stream for you guys. So just back it on up if you're watching the VOD and check that out during the first break that we did. So we got a few drills coming up. Again, we're looking at the cone drill. We're looking at the 3-cone drill, the shuttle, and the bench press. That's the ones we're focusing on. I agree with Big Cat on that. So I do want to see some of these other ones, like that pass pro mirror. The pulling drills I was very interested in. There's also the one they did earlier. I'm trying to think of the name of it. You know, I don't remember which one it was. Oh, pull from the 2-point stance is a big one for me that I'm looking at. But I mean, that's just me. You know, you're looking at those hips turning. You know, how quickly can you turn those hips? How quickly can you go around? Mobility, athleticism. That's what we're looking at with these linemen. All right, so let's see what's going on here.
Nowhere to be seen. Non-speaking role. Nowhere to be seen now. Look at the face, the determination. Yeah, got it. Oh, keep working. It's just quick question: should we be worried that there's no sign of market? No, not at all. Or is he just not at all? He's just on a break. Rachel, great job. We does it at sub-540s out of the big men. She got them all. She got them all. She nailed them all. Let's start with one out there. Charles Cross out of Mississippi State. This guy that clocked in at 4.95 looked super athletic out there today.
I was going to mention that 4.95. Very impressive.
He gets plenty of practice doing it at Mississippi State under their air raid offense led by the Pirate himself, Mike Leach. Look at the balance. Just so easy.
I mean, he's smooth, dude. He's smooth. That's the first thing you notice. He did really well on the
very well. Look, he didn't sign on to do the air raid offense. He came with Joe Moorhead, and then from there it went to Mike Leach. Bottom line is, there's enough there. Any linebackers say, "Oh, we're all that will give." That's only 4 times in history since 1967. Wait till Stacey Dales and he's next to me. 22nd. I'm trying to and Peter today is not just on tape today. He's just checking that box like he's saying, I want to be that guy. Jacksonville. His name, offensive coordinator, texting me in cat blocks. NCC kid. Awesome. There you go.
But do you really want to go to Jacksonville, though? Think about it.
Interesting body type, huh? Yeah, look, pretty lean on top Peter, but look at him power down as well. Look at this kid right here. And yeah, Chris, to your point, he does not look offensive line. This is 2022. These guys can move, and it has been learned. He's not playing football until his high school career, and that's he's still that nobody always started in one double-A non-scholarship league. Then had himself to move up to Boston College. Like the center. And look, he took a lot of center reps at the Senior Bowl. I think he's a day one starting guard. Yeah. Or a high school golfer, too.
Kenyon Green, I was looking at him.
She said, girls went, oh my gosh, that's okay. This is not the trigger to actually blocking TJ Watt in a game. This guy can move. He's got to finish to him, too. Charles, first one he could make spot on the offensive line, which is made to a draft. The last couple of seasons, Texas A&M really kicked the bottom of it. It's down to 2020, and they competed for the college football playoff. Dan Moore starting at left tackle. Steelers, and this young man coming in now, he will be a plug-and-play guy. He will start day one. Is it going to be a guard? Is it going to be a center? He actually lights up at the prospect and moving to the pivot. So we still have.
I didn't see Trevor Penning.
Doing their thing. Trevor Penning, I know, is a guy that you're excited to see. Don't hit the scouts or the coaches down.
Okay, that's the second round. The second round of guys. Got you.
His area, or maybe not even in his area. That edge is what gives him that advantage, and it makes him play to that. But the biggest part is he's got all the technique that goes along with it, Peter. He's not just one of those guys who's pushing guys for the heck of it.
he's pushing him level, but he's going to be there all day long.
After the Senior Bowl, I got in touch with some of the coaches on the Jets staff. Just think about the prospects. They were with him all week. Said Penning is that guy. It never stopped. The motor never stopped. So even after the play was done, he would go. And the line was, hey, just make sure on Saturday when we're playing the actual Senior Bowl, bring that same intensity to the other team. We're going to lose it to our guys.
It's very simple. He's one of those guys you want as a teammate, and yet stand as an opponent.
We never stop around here in the NFL. In fact, for the latest news on all 32 teams, the NFL app, it's your premier destination. Less than 2 weeks, free agency frenzy, then the 2022 NFL draft at the end of April out in Las Vegas, and everything leading up to kickoff. So don't miss it this offseason. Download the NFL app, your app store today. We got more offensive line. We got running backs coming up later tonight. From Ian Rappaport coming your way. Next.
Can you carry out Domino's 3-topping pizzas for...
All right, guys. I'm excited to see Trevor Penning. I haven't heard much about him. He's been in one of the mock drafts that they did for NFL Network. So I want to see what he's got. That'll be the second group of guys. And they highlighted again Akeem, Charles Cross, and essentially, so far I like what I see from Charles Cross, but it's the athleticism on that one drill that kind of, I gotta take a second look at this dude, man. He's been doing all right on most of these drills, but that athleticism on the pro mirror, that's a little bit of a concern. So you want to make sure that you don't put him in positions where he's going to keep you from getting the protection that you need on the line. Like, say you're facing up against, like, Von Miller or somebody like that. You got to be athletic. You got to be moving, dude. You got to cover ground. You can't just sit there and be stagnant and be rabbit feet in one area. And that's, if that's the biggest issue we've got with him, it's not necessarily a red flag to stay away from him, but it's just something to look at, But they highlighted it twice. And I'm glad they did. For somebody who's got as limited experience as him, I think that could drop him a few spots. We'll see. I'm not... Draft day is a little unpredictable when it comes to linemen. I'll say that. When you talk about places these linemen are projected to go, it can vary a little bit when you get to April 28th. But from the second to third round on, it's pretty much on target. If you see players projected like on from the third round going to a certain set of teams, it's usually pretty on target. First round is unpredictable though, because there's a lot that goes on in the first round. Especially last year, that draft went a little bit strangely to where, it only takes one team to screw up the order by picking somebody really off kilter that you didn't expect them to pick. And then all these other teams are rechecking their draft boards saying, okay, well, who's my second choice? Who's my third choice? So, and a lot of those alignment. If you're hunting for alignment, that's going to be a big impact right there. So, that happened last year, and I've seen it happen a few times, but to the extent that it happened last year, that was unusual. That's why I call that a weird draft.
Involving multiple first-round picks. Now, the deal did not go anywhere, and Seattle really hasn't engaged at all on potential trades for Russell Wilson. It does show you how deep and how strong the Commanders are to go for a potential quarterback. Think about their roster and the base construction. Got a lot to like. Really good players, offensive line, tons of studs on defense, and a good running back. You can just lead it. Quarterback seems to be a team that is away from the game. And they are very, very good to go where they need to go.
I don't know about that, man. What kind of an offer did they make him? You know, Seattle saying they're not willing to part with him. You know, I don't know what's going on there. But, you know, Russell would fit Ron Rivera's system. You know, he's had those types of quarterbacks before. You talk about Cam Newton. You talk about Teddy Bridgewater that came through here, same type of quarterback. PJ Walker. I'm sure there's a couple of others. Joe Webb is another one of those types. That's really athletic and throw on the run. Yeah, and is a run threat, not just a pass threat. It's frankly the option. I forget what you call it. Y'all remind me. It's the type of offense that Dabo runs in Clemson. And you're starting to see it in the NFL in about 4 or 5 teams right now. I mean, this is really interesting stuff, man. To see a trade offer from Washington. So we'll continue to monitor that, see what happens. But that's a big deal right there. If Washington manages to get Russell, that's a big deal. Because I think, don't we have Washington on our schedule next year? Let me double check that. I don't remember if we do or not. We do not. No. Okay, so we won't have to deal with that next year. As you can see, we've got Cardinals, San Francisco, Steelers, Browns, Lions, and Broncos. So, you know, we won't have to deal with Washington. So, that being the case, the Russell trade won't really affect us until we end up playing them. If it should happen. Hey, Vietnam, what's up, man? Yeah, it has been a while. Your whole household had COVID and is better now. Wow, man. That sucks. Glad they're all better. And glad you could rejoin us. You know, family and health first. There's some things that are bigger than football, you know? Alright, so far we are talking about Charles Cross. We're talking about Akeem. Cam got my attention so far. He's been acing all the drills. Where is he on that list? And if you have an NFL Network, you can watch along with me. If you don't, then I'll be able to do audio, but I can't do video.
Official, no, 493, official 40. He looked rather delighted when he came over here just before they were going to go about finishing up with their jumps. But a massive day for Cam Jurgens, the offensive lineman out of Nebraska, in more ways than one. He was the one who had the 4.9140. I snuck in a brief conversation with him.
There we go.
How'd you feel about that? What was your target? He said, I just want to run fast. I hate running the 40. I'm glad it's over. And he
Cam Jurgens from Nebraska. 6'2", 303. He aced those drills, man. He looked good.
They have some small deliveries and business locations throughout Nebraska. He was actually supposed to bring 40 bags of it with him from where he's training in Irvine, California. He told me he forgot those. I was actually going to hand deliver them to Rich and DJ up in the booth, but unfortunately we don't have any of those. But the beef jerky is, I'm guessing, quite delicious as he's been giving it out to these coaches in his interviews. And it is beefjerky.com.
I just ate some beef jerky earlier. Alright, but anyway. Vietnam, you asked who stood out. Starting in day one, you had the tight ends, the wide receivers. Tight ends, Greg from UCLA caught my attention. As a likely, I like him. Trey McBride, did really well on a lot of those drills. One person that had a rough combine was Peyton, though. So, that may drop him in the projections a little bit. Wide receivers, Kevin from Notre Dame got that 40-yard dash. Good numbers. He has good hands. I really like Burks with the yards after the catch. That's kind of his thing. And then you started to see the quarterback, Sam Howell. He had decent deep ball accuracy. It didn't really do much for him. Wait. We're talking about tight ends? Hold up. Yeah, Peyton from Indiana. Peyton did not have a very good combine. And I think that may drop him around. It's the difference between a third round and a fourth round, I think. Because he's sitting in that second group. Last I checked. But yeah, Sam didn't really show off that deep ball skill that we were looking for. So I'm kind of like, well, maybe he'll pull it out of the hat, when he gets drafted to a team. Because some of these guys have kind of an average draft combine, and then they turn it up once they get drafted. Some of these teams may take a chance on a player, even though there's an average combine score, but yet they saw the tape of them in college and they go, wow, okay, let's give it a shot. We're going to gamble here. And I feel like Sam Howell may be one of those quarterbacks in the first or second round that may be the case with. Let's see. David Bell got my attention with the gauntlet drill. Velus Jones from Tennessee had a good 40 time. I liked him. I mean, everybody looked good on the gauntlet, really. The interesting part was once, like, you had about half a dozen of these guys just start turning up on the do well on the 40. Everybody started turning up on the 40. Everybody started turning up on the gauntlet. I mean, it was just electric from that point on. You could feel the energy. You know, even the crowd got into it. And that's unusual at a combine. It sounds like a golf tournament, you know? Because they want to see these guys focus. They want to see, you know. But the fans started cheering at the appropriate times, you know. It made things interesting. I liked it. So then you start looking at accuracy. Kenny Pickett, you know, he had good speed. Chris Olave with the 4.26. And I mean, these guys just kept outdoing each other. It was crazy. I mean, you're looking at the 4.21 from I forget who it was now. 40-yard dash. Hold up. Who's tight ends? That's right. The tight ends, Chig leads that crew with a 4.52. And you've got a very, very fast wide receiver core this time around. Taekwon with a 4.28, which broke a record, by the way, for Baylor. Calvin Austin, I mentioned earlier, with a 4.32. I mean, these guys are really, really fast. Now, does that translate well to the field? Can you run routes? Can you catch the ball? Can you turn your hips? Can you do all the things that are necessary to keep the chains moving? That's what these coaches are going to be looking at in tape for college ball. You know, and some of these guys won't necessarily translate to the NFL very well. We'll see. You know, the 40-yard dash is just one piece of the puzzle. You got to have the rest of it. I'm not as concerned about the 40-yard dash with the offensive lineman at the moment, which is what they're doing now. But that's why I'm able to kind of recount what I have in my notes. So starting today. Well, no, there was Malik Willis with the deep ball yesterday. I'm sure those clips have been going around. They showed Matt Rule looking over at some of these guys late in the day yesterday. Steve Smith was commenting for about half of that time out there. So I really enjoyed that. Learned a lot from that. All right, so starting today, you know, again, as Big Cat has said on his stream, you're going to be looking at the shuttle, the 3-cone drill, and the bench press. Those are the main three focuses. But I tend to like to focus on the long pole drills and the short pole drills because those are very, very important for blocking. Also, I like the pull from the 2-point stance because that happens a lot more than you think. So the pass pro mirror is the one that really needs to be addressed here because of Akeem's lack of covering ground on that drill. Like, he was fast. It's commonly referred to as the rabbit drill, but he didn't cover very much ground. So, does that affect his draft spot? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Alright, you said you really want us to trade back to the 10th for a 2nd and a 4th. Then take one of those quarterbacks? Who's number 10 right now? Who holds number 10? That's an interesting thought there. You got my attention. Because I was looking at the Eagles, 15 and 16. They got 3 spots in that draft. And there's Piet Fair with the 5.17 on the 40 time. That's one of the guys I was looking at from Ohio State. So far, the fastest is 5.39. But I'm just kind of monitoring that right now. Let me kind of look that up real quick. Who is number 10? I think you're right. I think it is the Jets. Yes. It was originally Seattle, but they traded to the Jets. Yeah, it's the Jets. Meaning that the Jets now have 2 top 10 picks. Now, what they're going to do with those 2 top 10 picks, it's anybody's guess. One of them's going to be defensive. I know that. The other one is going to be questionable. I don't know. Big question mark. But see, here's what we do know. Okay. Let me put this on screen for y'all. We are looking at 3 picks by the Eagles. You got where is the third one? Third one was 19. There it is. There it is. Alright, so 15, 16, and 19. So most of these offensive linemen. Excuse me. Headphone warning. My apologies, I'm battling cold symptoms. And the reason I'm interested in the Eagles specifically is because 15 or 16, you're going to start seeing the B plus linemen. They're in this second group that are running the 40 right now. Drop to about the 20th spot. They're going to start going off the board. Late round first. Because you're going to see a lot of defensive players at first. Then these guys. Thank you, by the way. So if we can get this either 15th or 16th spot, we have a strong shot at Charles Cross, which is who I'm targeting first round. Akeem will probably go off the board. I've seen him go off the board to Baltimore in a mock draft. It'll be somewhere in between 10 and 15. That's what I'm thinking. And I doubt that this combine is changing that any, based on what we've seen so far. So, it'll depend on how Charles Cross does. And thus far, he's been okay. He's been run-of-the-mill okay. on these drills. He hasn't really stood out. But at the same time, who says we have to take a tackle in the first round? We could take a guard. Considering what Matt Rule said about considering putting Brady Christensen over at left tackle, that frees us up to actually look for a guard in the first round if we wish. So, we're not just restricted to tackles. We're not just restricted to centers. We can look at guards too. Which to me, I was thinking tackle, guard, and then center. That was the order I was going at. As far as needs. Until they decided, oh, hey, Brady Christensen could play left tackle after all. And the thing is, they were talking about Matt Rule was talking about, oh, he has short arms. And Matt Rule's doing it again with Kenny Pickett. And I'm going, what? Matt Rule's been talking about how he has small hands. Who cares? Who cares? I had Brady Christensen all over my mock dress last year. You saw it. We got him. And look how well he did. Yeah. We have Deontay Brown at guard, but he hasn't started. See, that's the problem. We don't know if we hit or missed on Deontay Brown. Because Matt Rule just says, oh, I'm in control of the roster, so what I say goes. But Scott Fitter is the one building the roster. I still say Deontay Brown's a hit. I still say we hit on that one. But, there's no guarantee until you see more than one game of a lineman to be able to determine, did we hit or miss? And Matt Rule only put him in during the Buccaneers game last season. So, last game of the season, by the way. Why wasn't this dude in for 3 or 4 games when we knew we were not going to the playoffs? That's my concern. Why are we not trying out these guys that we never tried out before? That we got as draft picks. And we got lucky that he dropped that far when we were trading down. That was a huge gamble by Scott Fitter, and I give him credit, man. He won the house money on that one. If you're betting in Vegas, he definitely won on that one. Because I was not expecting either one of them to still be there when he drafted them. But again, weird draft in 2021, So, as far as center, I like Alec Lingstrom from Boston College. I am currently checking out the guy from the top guy that everybody's been talking about. Did they put him in offensive lineman? I think they did. I forget his name. But he's projected higher than Alec Lingstrom, though. But I'm checking them both out, though. So far, Alec has been okay. He hasn't really stood out in these drills, but we'll see. If he stands out, I'll let y'all know. We absolutely should have played those rookies. We knew we had a hit with Brady Christensen. We knew we had a potential hit with Deontay Brown. And Matt Rule is just mismanaging again. And if we go after Kenny Pickett and people keep complaining about his small hands and he does well, if we do go quarterback, that's going to make Matt Rule look like a clown again. He's already got enough fuel on the fire. Come on. Lindstrom and Tyler. Thank you, Tyler. That's the guy I was trying to think of at center. So we will be looking at him. They're gonna have the running backs later on, but our main focus is the offensive lineman. They actually had Andy Reid on there earlier, and if you missed that part of the stream, you can check that out on the VOD when you play it back. I also told everybody what Big Cat is looking for as far as linemen, and he made a few very, very good points because he used to play offensive and defensive lines. So I definitely recommend playing back the stream and listening to that when we get done streaming here, or whenever you get a chance. But he essentially said, we're looking for the shuttle, the 3-cone drill, and the bench press. Those are the main three, and I happen to agree with him. I'm adding in a couple of them, that I mentioned earlier. But and again, I'm not ruling out if there's a gold mine offensive lineman that happens to be in this second or third group, I'm not ruling it out, 5th, 6th round, if these guys are still there, for some depth. We can never go wrong with depth, but I think after 4, we should go defensive. Because we got some holes to fill. Reddick is going to go to free agency. Dante is going to go to free agency. I got a feeling Gilmore will probably be gone too. Scott Fitter has pretty much said that Reddick is gone. If you read in between the lines of that press conference from either yesterday or the day before, yeah, he's gone. He's tested free agency. Which, with our cap space being $12 million before the Ian Thomas deal, that's scary. We got to make some deals, guys. That's scary right there. You got to think, we got to re-sign a couple of players plus free agency plus rookie contracts, and we only got like $12 million minus whatever was in the Ian Thomas deal. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. We're slated at $35 million in the red for 2025. That's real bad. And again, my thought is that I think that is Scott Fitter's kryptonite. He's Superman on everything else, but I think contracts and overpaying players is his kryptonite, just like Marty. So it's basically a Marty 2.0. Plus some aggressiveness, plus some trading, plus a lot of things that were really, really solid for us. I still say that Scott is the best GM we've had so far. I still say it. I'm still holding true to that. But I trust him on drafting completely. I know he's going to do a great job. I know his scouts are going to do a great job. Matt is the one obstructing everything. And frankly, I don't see why we're waiting another year to get rid of Matt. Tepper's setting him up for failure for next year. We're not doing anything next year anyway. But I don't see why we want to wait. If you're a new coach coming in and you have a 5-win season, you go, okay, if there's a plan in place, first year, not a problem. Second year is where you're expected to do something, which is where we're going to be set up, with all these players that Scott is drafting and setting up for us. The problem is going to be money. Eventually it's going to hit the fan to where we can't keep all these guys. And I hate to say that, but eventually the bill comes due. And I'm a little concerned, you know? And I think a lot of Panthers fans are concerned right now about that. The ones that are paying attention to the cap. So we'll see how that goes. They're showing Ron Rivera right now. There was a trade offer made for Russell Wilson. But Seattle is saying we're not getting rid of Russell Wilson. So we'll continue to monitor that. We did restructure Taylor Moton's deal. So Scott proved me wrong on that one. I didn't think he was going to restructure anything because he hasn't shown any history of doing that before. So that's cool. That gives me hope that maybe a couple more of these deals can be restructured and we can start to free up some money. I don't know how much was freed up because Over the Cap doesn't update this stuff very well. But let's see. Let me see if I refresh it. Whoa! That's nice. That's nice right there. That's what you like to see. 23.9. Yes, sir. Now, does that add in the Ian Thomas? No, it doesn't. Alright, so here's the deal. That 23.9 minus the Ian Thomas deal is how much we actually have right now. Alright, so I'm still holding true to the trade offers that I'm suggesting based on that. And now I'm going to suggest that we go after Sheriff. I'm suggesting that we go after there's one other lineman. I think it was either the Chiefs or the Rams that let go of a guard or a tackle that I'm interested in. But that could add some depth to us for sure. But I have a feeling most of that money is going to go towards a linebacker. You know, if we sign a linebacker off of free agency or if we draft one, it's going to go to that. Possibly re-signing, but I doubt it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's interesting watching these 40s, like how many of these players from like the smaller colleges like Tulsa and stuff like that, these guys have higher times. They're fast. You know, that's good recruiting. That's good coaching. That's good speed, you know. And that's a credit to the coaching staffs.
There's Trevor Penning's first run at 491. He's a nasty, nasty player. So he watches horror movies the night before house to get him.
Does he really? Wow.
Ran the fastest 40 in the first group of 40 runners you see here. He measured at 6'7" and an 8 tall, weighed in at 103, hung 301 pounds this morning. The only player at least 6'7" tall and 300 pounds to run a faster official 40 at the combine since 03. Is my guy, Taylor. How about that? Well, that's stat. You know what that stat is? That stat is for the boys.
Wow. They're comparing him to Rob Havenstein. Not bad. Here's Piet Fair again. 5:17 on the first run. Again, I'm not as concerned with the 40s as I am the other drills.
Yeah, you know, though, amidst all this Michigan love, and rightly so, we went back to that comparison with Penning and Havenstein. I love how they're copped out. One's going to tackle Havenstein and DJ, one's going to play left tackle with Penning. And that's just a big little look at the difference in just how athletic Penning is. Havenstein understood what would hurt him, and he takes it away. Does a great job doing it. Penning's going to be that guy, nasty, as you said, on the left side, and handling all that. One last quick note. I know Zach Tom may have pulled up the way for us. He's so smart, as you talked about, DJ, that he actually had the override for all protections is ahead of the quarterback. He picked up every.
Okay. Still not bad. 5.24 is not bad. You know, 5.24 is not bad. You're looking for anything inside of 5.30. It's going to be pretty good. Once you start getting into the 5.40s, then it starts to taper off. But I mean, that's the average speed you should be looking for. Is the 4.2s are pretty good. That's above average. The 4.89 is exceptional. But see, here's the thing: if you run a 4.89, how strong are you? What was your bench press? You know, what was your shuttle time? You know, those are important factors too. And that can hurt you in a draft if those are not strong numbers. So, or if you put up a weak showing there. So there's a lot of factors involved. You know, again, 40 time is a small piece of the puzzle. You want a balanced lineman on either side. Good balance of speed and power. If they're strong but not fast, that's hurtful. If they're fast but not strong, that's hurtful. You know, so you want something in the middle. What I'm doing right now is I'm factoring in the trade offers that I would have put in, you know, for the Houston trade, you know, for a Houston third round pick. So it'd be Morgan Fox, AJ, and Ian Thomas for a third round pick. In addition to the Eagles' projected trade for that number 15 or 16 pick, plus the number 51 pick in the second round, gives us all our picks back, and we're set up. I like your thinking there, though. You said, hold up. You said trade down a 10th for a second and a fourth. I like your thinking there, though. That's a good thought process, though. The problem is that Jets management has no clue what they're doing. You want to trade with a management that's actually looking for something, that knows what they want. You know? And Houston Texans just hired Lovie Smith. He's a defensive coach. So you're thinking, okay, we offer him defensive players to set himself up after Houston destroyed themselves and tore down the entire team. So he's looking for new guys that can he can put in as cornerstones or even just depth. Average players to build on, you know, just starting out for the first year. Ian Thomas is one of those guys. Morgan Fox is one of those guys. AJ is one of those guys. You could just set them up and then see where you go from there. Excuse me. Okay, Sean Ryan from UCLA. That's one of the guys I'm just keeping an eye on. 5.29, 5.28 in the first run. Tyrese Robinson. You gotta like those Oklahoma guys. 5.24, 5.29 on the 40s. Oh man. But there was a Kentucky guy, yeah. Darrell Rosenthal. He's in the 4.8 range. That's who Big Cat mentioned, I believe, right? Justin Schaefer, looking at a 5.22 on the second run, 5.19 on the first one. Not too shabby. But back to what I was saying. Houston knows what they want. You pick up 2 defensive players and an offensive one for a 3rd-round pick. That's a pretty good deal. That's more than a fair trade, in my opinion. Which is why you could probably ask for a 6th or a 7th. Doesn't have to be from this year. It can be from next year. But that's negotiable. But with the Eagles, that 15th or 16th pick plus the 51 is non-negotiable. That's got to happen. Otherwise, the trade's not going to happen. The Jets pretty much need everything. But again, the general manager doesn't really know what he's doing. He doesn't have a plan. That's what I'm saying. If I believed he had a plan to set stuff up, and he was making some progress, and he needed, okay, this position, and this position, okay, we could talk, because the 10th spot would not get us a 2nd and a 4th. If you're doing PFN, maybe. And maybe not even in PFN mock drafts. But in real life, you're talking 4 spots down for a 2nd and a 4th? No. That's not enough. But I like where you were going with it, though. Because those quarterbacks would be there at 10. You're right. So you're halfway there, bud. Yeah. I'll give you respect for that. You're halfway there. I'm just waiting on the field drills. I'm not really interested in the 40 times. They're going to make a big deal out of the 40s, and I'm just not interested in that. Unless they really start opening the floodgates here and getting some really good times, but, like they did yesterday. But that's the wide receivers, though. They love to put on a show. So being that you put in Morgan Fox and AJ into a trade, the cap number is 1.5 here, 1.2 here. You end up with 31.5 minus the $8 million, however much it was for Ian Thomas's deal. Or plus that would actually give you 31.5. Never mind. So that would be how much you would be working with. So that would give us a lot more money. We could possibly re-sign Reddick with that. We could possibly get Gilmore. We could see about Cam Newton. I don't know. But we should definitely go after Brandon Sheriff with that money. We should definitely try to get a quality defensive tackle with that number. The rest of it you can find in the draft. Because there's some deep draft classes here. And I'm not opposed to looking at wide receiver late rounds. 5th, 6th round we got 2 picks. I'm not opposed to looking at a wide receiver in the 6th, depending on what's still there. Because that's a deep class right now of speed. But again, can these guys catch? Can they run routes? Can they get open? That late in the draft. That's something you got to look at. That's where the scouts really earn their money. And the GMs really earn their money. But speaking of Andy Reid, he said the best and most consistent teams that are winning games have the best lines. And especially in the playoffs. I've been preaching it. and I'll keep saying it as many times as I've got to. This is how you build a franchise. This is how you build a team. Matt Rule, get a clue. You know what I'm saying? Like, clue yourself into this, because this is the mindset we need if we want to build. You know, I'm not trying to throw the man under the bus, but I'm just saying, clue yourself into that mentality, because that's what we're looking for. Scott Fitterer's figured it out. I mean, who cares about hand size? Who cares about arm size? Maybe that's relevant in a combine, but it's not relevant on draft day. Like, come on, Matt. Like, he's doing it again. It's frustrating. And regular news stations will not cover that. NFL Network will badger this to death, you know, and take it seriously, which they should. You know, anything that these coaches say, you know, that could be considered a weakness, fair enough. They should be talking about it. But to make that much of a deal out of a half an inch of hand size, come on. Ridiculous. The only time that makes a difference is fumbles in cold weather. I will never understand that. I swear I will never understand it. All right. So now we're just waiting on it to come back from commercial break. But think about what we could actually do with 31 mil right there. And as you can see, we're still in the red here, 37.8 for 2025. Even without any salary cap money being spent. That's not good. You can see the 101.2, the 194.4 for the next 2 years. But a lot of that has to go into rookie contracts, free agency, and resigning. That's a lot of money. You know, you're talking 31 mil. That's about the right number to be able to satisfy all three of those things successfully and build. I'd say the lowest number that you could possibly get away with is probably 20 mil. And Gettleman found a way around it, so I will say props to him for that. Because he actually knows what he was doing with a low budget. But, you know, what's the quality that you're getting for that much money? You get what you pay for. I'm just hoping that's not going to be the case here, you know. There was talk that we could maybe restructure Robbie Anderson's contract. There was one other one. Y'all have to remind me which one it was that we could restructure. I actually don't remember which one it was. But it was a lot of money. Shaq. Shaq, that's who it was. So let's kind of listen in. The good thing about this is they show you like NFL prospect players, you know, that have been in the league for a while on each drill and why it's important that each one of them, each one of these drills is in there. and they'll show you exactly what they're expecting to see, you know, based on an NFL player. So I really love this. Helps you out to understand what you're dealing with here with each one of the drills.
When we talk about the size, the athleticism, and the temperament, this kid's off the charts. Is there a stroll and stall drill?
All right, so now we got on the field drills. Let's see what happens.
It's a walk by.
Yeah, DJ, listen, Trevor Penny, watching his film is awesome. I mean, you want to talk about a nasty dude. I haven't seen that many hit tosses on football fields since Shakira performed at halftime. Love the fact that he plays through the echo of the whistle, and he didn't just do it in the college game. He's doing it in the senior bowl. He blocked a guy into the goalpost, and you don't see guys that just kind of have that mindset and mentality as much anymore. But that stuff is infectious, it's contagious, and
It is.
He was so much fun to watch. And then, of course,
He's right.
Talking about, like his line coach is like, yeah, our mentality. We're dogs on a leash, and then when you let us go, we just attack.
I like that.
And it's my job to make them hate me. Well, I think
Ooh, that's the type of mentality I like right there. Can you back it up though?
Let's go.
Oof.
I got to piggyback on what you guys are saying right now. Listen to what Trevor Penny said this week. Quote, I make guys across from me feel it, and I want to get the hell out of here. I see fear in guys across from me. I was undersized, love this, underdeveloped, under-recruited. They definitely made a mistake. Love this kid.
Ooh. Y'all hear that? Matt Rule, you listening? Underdeveloped. They made a mistake. Ooh. That's mentality right there. That's what this team needs. That dude is hungry. All right. Montford.
They produce running backs and offensive linemen. They love to run the football. Now, their coaches, now the head coach in Florida, so that's what the Gators have to look forward to.
So this is that
clinic right here after what he just did in the front.
He's got a center built too, Sean. He's a leverage.
That's that 2-point drill.
He wasn't getting top heavy every time. Change of direction.
Oh no, 5-yard wave drill. 5-yard wave drill.
Should finish with a teardrop. Small. 82, Trevor Penny. Thanks for that. Move it.
Oh, I like that. Trevor looked good right there.
Is that normal in Senior Bowl? I saw Sanders absolutely lay somebody out in the 7-on-7 drill, which is no contact drill, so it's out there. Sean, they were just offensive linemen servicing one another, just listening up and doing some drills, and he put one of his fellow offensive linemen. Seen that before? It was friendly fire.
Ooh. Nice quick reaction on Rainman here. I like that. From Ryan from UCLA. Okay. Not bad.
a situation where as an offensive lineman, you've got different voices from your college coach that you're training, and also you get to an all-star game, and it's almost like he was overwhelmed a little bit, thinking a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think for him, he's just a little bit ball still, right? I mean, he's only played tackle for 2 years. He's a converted tight end, so he's still kind of learning the punches and the his hands are kind of catching, not punching as much, and the hands are a little bit wide. So,
here's Justin Schaefer. This is one I was looking at here. Nice. Nice athleticism.
I think that's one thing that's important to keep in mind when watching these guys on film. You don't know if their coaches are teaching always are required. You don't know if they're being too much of the technique that you like or that maybe the NFL teams are going to employ. You just want to watch them when they're doing these drills and see, hey, do they have the tools and the skill set to be able to technique? What are the concepts that they have to, and maybe not necessarily that they already have. The best offensive line coaches in the world. They've got the skill set to be able to teach these guys up. But we just want to know, watching these guys in these drills, can they learn? Can they become the technician that they have to be? It's an interesting talent. So we had someone he's explosive. So you can tell watch he was an athlete, not exactly polished as far as understanding the slides from side to side, keep his feet low, to keep the weight to the inside. You see a little bit of ball player in talent. You can definitely see that potential,
Okay. Okay. Not bad. By the way, do you have any players that you would like me to check out? Please do drop them in chat.
Position from where their hands are. They're trying to grab it. They're trying to recover. And that's what they don't have the technique.
Again, we're looking at offensive linemen and run backs today.
So you're just trying to save a hit on the back, or you're trying to save a hit on your running back. Ready for some trouble.
DJ asked you that question. I don't know. I guess I never heard of that. Why did I say that?
My friend, he's got a question for you.
Yeah, he's one that I think they're teams looking at this because I think you park him in there with some neighbors, he won't have to get outside himself quite as much.
Yeah, I think you watch the way he moves. So legs flat, arms flat. Offensive line coaches that are drilling him here with the raw ability that he has to kind of play wherever you want to put it. Because he does have to learn that technique that he needs so that he's not getting himself in bad positions where he does have to reach out and help you back.
Okay. Zachary Thomas.
After Zachary Thomas. Who do you think? There you go.
92.1 PFF grade from Zach Tom.
Kind of a longer strider,
Highest in the FBS.
Covered ground for an interior player for a center. But that's crucial, especially you get some of these outside zone concepts. So I was just going to raise that. You get some of those spin and pull schemes where you're going to ask your center to snap the football.
Ooh.
Get out front.
I saw that slip.
Cracks, those type of things. You got to.
Joe, can you touch on that? Because we're seeing where Shannon
He recovered, though. Give him credit. He recovered.
Outside zone run scheme.
Yeah, you want a guy like he understands quickly. You want a guy with that first step. You can get his first step in the ground before the defensive lineman, because that allows you to get into the proper position, to get into the defensive lineman, to use your leverage to move him off the ball. And then when you're
nice. Matt, huh?
Kyle Shanahan was my coach in Cleveland for 1 year. We always talked about you want to shock them with their speed. They've been practicing all week, having their team last weekend. The first time they line up against us that first series, we want to surprise them with how fast, how quickly we're getting up off of them. Instead of the ball carrier, that's when you get those big cutback lanes exposed.
Matt's one of those third round guys right there. Let me see.
piggyback on this normal scheme. I know just from an interior perspective.
Trying to find it. There he is. North Dakota.
If you're running power scheme, you're just trying to get down over and out sideways. So everybody's getting perfect push out to that whole zone series.
We will be back with more on-field drills from the Big Man. We come back right here on NFL Network's Live coverage.
All right, that was one of the drills I was looking at.
As soon as these
Stuff. We love stuff.
Okay. That was one of the main drills that I was paying attention to. That's the one I said that the 5-yard drill where I forget who it was. Yeah, I think it was Akeem. They didn't cover a lot of ground. No, that's right. It was the rabbit drill. Never mind. All right, so I think we're gonna see the rabbit drill next, and then pass pro mirror. We haven't necessarily seen the pull drills yet from these guys. We'll see those a bit later. I like that dog mentality, though. We don't have many of those guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, the attitude and the mentality is half the game of football. You know, you got to come out there, be smart. You got to have a dog mentality if you want to win. That dude's definitely got it. Trevor Penning. I like him. My question is, can he back up all of those statements? You know, can he back up that dog mentality with actual production? And if he can, that's a hit. Somebody's going to see that and go, oh, okay. Okay. Let's take a chance on this dude. You know, I like this. I was trying to think of somebody offensively that compares to. But I ended up thinking defensively instead. The Steelers defensive lineman, you know, when you had the steel curtain defense back in the day, that's the type of mentality you saw on that defense. And to find somebody like that on offense that can back up everything he's saying, oof. That could be a 3rd round steal right there, you know? You never know. I like that. Okay, yeah, here's the pull drills.
Offensive line question, big picture here. You look at the last 5 Super Bowl winners. Of those 25 starting offensive linemen, only 3 of them were homegrown first rounders, which shows you can build an offensive line. Joe, your years outside of the first round. So, you know, when you look at that, when you played on a great offensive line, Joe,
It's possible.
Great offensive lines. The importance of just not having one blanket among the 5.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
You're absolutely a unit. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I think there were a few undrafted players on those Super Bowl teams too. So clearly, that's the glue that holds the group together. But I think when you just look at it, there's nobody in a position with all football field has to rely on the person next to as much as the offensive line. So it's not just about let's get 5 guys together, let's get 5 bigs together, they're strong. You know, we've got 5 bushwhackers down there. We've got guys that are smart, guys that understand concepts. Really, the best offensive line is the Giants. 2007, they started 39 consecutive straight games together. That chemistry and that confidence to attack defenses. Basically, we all are these little things. We were worried about and focusing on what the defense were trying to do from the scheme attacking. So that's really what we're trying to do. You're not just trying to piece together 5 talented guys.
Yep.
You're trying to get guys that are going to fit in your system but fit well together. And, look at every
Nick Zakelli.
Actually, we've got the guard that maybe has to play Aaron Donald. So now we've got smart enough guys that can figure out how to tweak our game plan to help that guard out, to help take care of that guy. We all saw what happened with the Bengals in the Super Bowl and how if you can't overcome that, we saw what happened. But teams are really, I think when you look at the depth of this group right here, there's a lot of good guys that you can build a roster with. You can build a great foundation with.
Yep.
With a second, third, fourth round guy. Well,
I was going to say, for that particular drill, you're looking for these guys to turn and move their hips on the short pole, which is what that was. And the pole drills basically are pass blocking. And if you can handle your business there, your quarterback's going to be fine. This is something that Evan Neal did really well. Alabama has a huge history of linemen that has been able to be successful with the long and the short poles. And the long poles are for run blocking mostly. So, you take a look at Eric Fisher, you take a look at Jake Long, they're really good at what they do. And we're going to see about Evan Neal. We'll see how he does. But, same basic numbers as the other two in the combine. But you're also looking for them, once they clear that first cone and turn, that they don't break stride. So here's the long pole. Long, smooth strides. I like Trevor Printing. Trevor's look good. I'm also looking at Piet Fair, though.
His kind of background, you talk to people, they absolutely raved about him. They said he came to their camp when he was like a freshman in high school, and he was, just this kind of big, heavy-set kid. And every year they saw him in high school, he just got better and better. So they eventually offered him nomination campus last year there. And he shows up at Alabama, and that improvement, that trend line just kept getting better each and every year. I don't think he's close to as good as he can eventually be, which that gets me excited. And, they use the words mature, he's focused. You love hearing that about any player, specifically offensive line. And just a really neat family. His dad owns a shop.
Nobody really standing out on this drill so far.
I know it'd be pretty cool once he does get drafted to get out there. And
There's Schaefer, George Schaefer from Georgia.
College, we were trying to put on weight. He's losing weight. I think he was 400 pounds at one point. He's lost weight and still losing weight. So, that's rare for a young kid like that.
It doesn't look like he's got too much of that weight to lose. He's solid muscle out here. It's just amazing watching a man that's that big can move the way that he can. I think you put him on the offensive line. He's going to be a great player in the NFL. That's exactly what you want. If you're a guy high in the draft, you want the flaws as an offensive lineman. And you want to say, I think this guy on our team, we can plug him in anywhere. Andrew Stewart or Michigan, you didn't run the areas on the field. Howard chose the Museum for the.
Why didn't Andrew run the 40? I know why some of these players didn't run it because of injuries, but I didn't hear anything about injuries with him.
Yeah, right there. What do you think, Stewart? Stewart, the enforcer on that line for Michigan. Generates a ton
The linemen that are strong run blockers are going to do well on this drill. They're going to get a chance to show off their talents here. Ooh, not a very good turn. Matt from North Dakota there. Alright, so that's kind of a weakness of his. Pay attention to that. Yeah, he did well on the other one, but
NFL Scouting Combine is presented by Verizon, the official 5G network of the.
all right, cool. Well, again, the run blockers are going to have the most success with that drill, in particular the long pole. The short pole is going to be more your pass blocker types that are going to show their skills off. So the run blockers are going to struggle with the short, and the pass blockers are going to struggle with the long. You know, that's it. It won't be noticeable, but it'll be there. So let's see. We got the pass pro mirror coming up. That's the rabbit drill. We got the screen drill. I think, and I believe there's one more. So after that, they'll be doing 40 times to the running backs. I'll be monitoring that one. We're not exactly looking for a running back right now, a speed back. We're looking for a power back. Someone suggested that we go that direction on Big Gat's channel, and I agree. And the one that stands out to me is James Cook from Georgia. I don't really know how many of these guys are actual power backs till I start watching film on them. We got two South Carolina running backs in here. We got Quan White. We got Ty Chandler as well from North Carolina in the mix. There he is, Kevin Harris. So that's your Carolina guys. So we'll just see how well they do. Home state people, you know. But realistically, James Cook has my attention, though. Alright, so this is the 2-point drill. Alright.
To do this drill with shields on and defenders. I want to hear the backs pounding at the hands. It's not a true line drill. You're not here to pop. You're not here to snap. You're not rocking one of these old coaches back on their keysters. And the full block, yes, we're evaluating both guys. The down block guy, here's that first step. Are you gaining ground that first step? Tells you a lot about your hip tightness, your reflection. What kind of form is that? Also, Because these guys take that full. They raise it up with their pad level. They offer you some type they have to stand up to do it, and they stay low, and they tend to maintain their own. And then the guy on the left, Holder, you want to see him open up his hips. Can he clear that down water? Not get tripped up by him. And then
exactly.
His hips to get up the field, can he keep his hips square as he moves up? So it shows a lot about. Obviously, this is coach combat over here.
Okay. Fold block. Never mind. Fold block.
A lot of guys will decelerate their feet.
That's what that drill's called.
Actually, want to accelerate your feet up to the block. Stop your feet and come up there. It's not that you're so fast here.
That's true.
Thomas and Tom next to each other. They're always getting drafted. Thomas said, I get up a little bit over here. Exactly. Thomas and Zach Tom. Safety of favorite together. They go to the Bears. Joe Thomas just signed with them too. Right? Yeah, the Jets and Michael Carter. They should be right. Stay consistent.
Dive and West kind of struggled with that one. I noticed that. He's struggling with that. What else is he struggling with, you know? You got to keep your eyes open on stuff like this.
He's showing you the versatility to do it at multiple positions. You go back to last year, you'll see him at tackle, right at the left tackle at BC. Then you see him slide over to guard this year, and then he gets to the Senior Bowl, and here he is playing center. I thought he was outstanding. That is a big, heavy nose from you.
Wow.
That he's battling there on the inside. How about taking angles and climbing up to the second level, able to fall off line?
Not bad, man. You're going up against Oklahoma pass rushers, too.
Picking off the linebacker. Outstanding. And I think he's going to find himself.
Those are some big boys.
Interior 3 spots. He gets to the next line. So we saw the Senior Bowl. He's taking that out to the field in Indianapolis at the combine. Just an easy move, but very efficient. See him playing with good bend here, going to the drill. And you add on top of all the athleticism we just showed you, versatility, you've got the intelligence that he brings to the table as well. To make a few more for an interior offensive line. Stacey, I know you've got a little bit more here outside.
TJ, everything you're saying is on point. I just spoke with him, and he said to me, I'm kind of freaking out right now and realizing I'm at the combine. He just told me, you guys, that he hit his best or PRs in multiple things. So the 3-cone, the pro shuttle, his vertical, broad jump, his fastest 40. Just a phenomenal performance today. And I think he exceeded his own expectations in talking to him. This is a guy, I remind you, that was a golfer. He wanted to be an engineer. That's why he went to Davidson. And now he's about to embark upon his career in the National Football League and had a smashing day at the Combine. What a moment for Zion Johnson.
Well, I mean, he can embark on his career in the NFL if he gets out of this really good things. He can do that. Like one of those guys that
Yes, you're on TV. That's right. Yes, way to go. If you can hear us. One more round. Well, I want to see a slide on your feet, man. The Bucks next to. I want to see a block the edge. The Bucks are in. Now get.
That's the kick drill right there.
Go Stoutland down there. You don't need a microphone on the field.
Up that right foot as fast as you can.
Yes, I mean, he's in his glory right now. He loves this right. The footwork, the drills, he's coaching about that as they're doing it, before they're doing it. And this right here, it's all about footwork right here. I'll watch this first step. Good guys right there. The Tom's having a good day. He's a good player. The guys that started 50-plus games, there's many of those.
There he is, Boston College. Zion Johnson, Boston College. That's who they were just talking about and hyping up.
you got to be able to get on your stance and get into the technique that you need to be able to have the leverage on those little, strong, fast defensive linemen like you see across the NFL. Balance. If you're slow out of your stance, kind of lurch back, that's not good. Coaches don't like to see that because you're not able to get your feet in the ground before you make contact with that defender.
Nice, PF Fair.
I think it's up here. Now he's got to help somebody. He's got to maintain the top man. Sean, you're talking about.
Yeah, pretty good explosive power right there. Definitely packs a punch. He's built right. He's built ready.
I'll tell you what, he's been training with Joe Staley. Joe loves this kid. He loves him.
Return the kick now. With Ryman watching him on film, one thing that was so impressive was when a defender tried a counter move or tried to retrace and move back inside, he was so athletic. He was so quick. I mean, it was like glue on the defender. He never lost him. A lot of times guys can kind of lose the defender as he makes some moves inside late in the pass rush. He has great feet. This is a good rep right here. You can see Schaefer right there did a nice job with his power step. And you can see the tackles in this drill have a much bigger stagger in their stance. So that right foot will be back a lot further back for the tackles than for the coaches.
Schaefer, we just saw him. He lost 13 pounds the first 2 weeks after the season was over. He's in much better shape. Looks good. One thing to take a peek at, which is kind of fun to watch. They redirect, they want to go back to the outside. You want to make sure that that outside toe is not turning towards the sideline. So what that does, that opens the hip up, right? We talk about stepping in the bucket as an offensive tackle or an offensive guard and opening up for a defender to beat you to the outside. You never want to do that. You want to maintain squareness in your shoulders and your hip. And a lot of times watching that outside toe will tell you it's going to go too far too soon. You gotta reach when you kick. You gotta reach. Coach talking about it. You gotta reach. You gotta gain ground with that kick leg, with that outside leg. That's how you get back quickly to be able to block the guys like the Von Millers who are coming off the edge, running 4 3s, run 2 feet off the ground. You gotta be able to gain ground with your kick, not just up and down like a piston. Actually gotta, it's like running backwards. It's not very natural. That's why being an offensive lineman is something you have to learn. You have to be taught. Before he comes out of the womb, being able to pass that kick set goes side to side, right? When you're 3 years old, you're throwing the football to your dad. You're throwing the football to your buddy, and you're running forward. Being an offensive lineman, these are things that are just not natural. That's why it takes so long to develop these skills. And that's why offensive linemen are so hard to find. It's such a reduced supply in the NFL. That's why their salaries are going like crazy.
Zach Tom, another good rep out of Wake Forest. He's had a great day. He can move back.
Else because you got a nose guard right there, 6 inches through.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Face, and you got to be able to pop up, get your hands on that. You can't sit in your stance any longer. You absolutely have to. They all have a bad breath. Take that right foot. Sean's going to teach us a lot about it. Bad breath. Warren said, real bad breath. Please. Oh my God. I got to stop you. Got to stop here. That's an evaluation too far, sir. The latest evaluation of everything else. Look at him just chilling out, watching his own Excel. Because as you know, it's very hard to stay humble Sunday on Jungle. Even if you're a kid. Yeah, smiles, everyone. Smiles. That's Sean at dinner.
All right. Interesting drills so far. I like what they were saying about how you have to gain ground with your kicks on that. Because you have to back up and you have to be able to handle these guys, right? On certain plays. As an offensive lineman. You're not always going to face those like average skilled defensive pass rushers, you know. So you got to be able to handle that. Have your hands up, kick, you know, and then settle in. So I really do think that's a very, very important drill. Because they were saying, like, it takes years to develop that. That's absolutely true. So now I'm just waiting on this next part. Still to come, we've got the rabbit drill and screen drill. Beyond that, I think that should be it as far as linemen. Because they just did the short pole and the long pole as well.
I should mention that Dave Hutchinson, potentially top pick in the draft, and Kobe Dean Clay, stellar football player and student athlete.
Defensive linemen and linebackers tomorrow is what we're looking at.
Just to see those guys and everyone. It's going to be a great Saturday night here at the Combine.
So again, that's those kick drills.
Going through their final on-field drills.
I really like these offensive linemen. It's a good offensive line class, but this defensive line is going to steal the show. It's as good an edge rusher class as I can ever remember. I'm talking about maybe 8 first rounders coming out of the edge rusher position this year.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Compiling the numbers here, rushing numbers. I think I'm making a mistake. We saw one of the fastest wide receiver groups, right, last night? Yep. This is the fastest offensive line at the Combine in recent years. No fewer than 12 40s officially. Sub 5. Whoa, from this offensive line. 6 in the first. Group 6 in the second, including your guy Trevor Penny.
Okay.
Talking about Official at 325 pounds. Again, he joins. Penny joins John Deesh as
I didn't get the official name for this drill, but
to be at least 6'7" and 300 pounds. That's your official free. That is sub 4'9". You don't have to do that.
pass rush.
For the boys. Again,
Okay.
you put it all together.
Pass rush drops. That's what this drill is. Okay. Alright, that real quick.
Over the previous 3 combines combined, he had only 11.
Because I didn't know what the name of it was before this. So. No one's really stood out on that drill.
Help you when you get to those 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds. You're going to find quality players that get tested like crazy for 2 days.
BFS, right? BFS.
Yeah, this is where the PFF comes into play.
Size that they are. I mean, Lamont and Lane Johnson, they weren't just heavy. I don't know when they were running their 40s, but yeah, I mean, for Penny to do that at 320, I think it's on 320, it carries it so well. But then to follow it up with the fluidity of these drills, that actual apply these guys on a 45. There's some guys that are making some big time money. But
When you're a GM, you're sitting there in this 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, and you got to waver between a couple guys. You're never wrong drafting a big, strong man that can move. Good offensive line coach can find a place for that in this era of high passing, that offensive line play. Just about every team in the NFL is looking to add some quality offensive line players. Even if you've got your 5 starters.
We really need it.
Depth building for the future so that you can get them into your program, get your coaches' hands on them, and start developing them so that if you got a guy that gets injured or guys start to lead to free agency or retirement or whatever, you can plug those
injuries.
guys in your system.
We've had a huge history of injuries.
They know what the techniques are, and you can continue to play really well up front.
Guys,
yep.
You got to see the athleticism from our quarterback that you guys introduced. He's in the shotgun now, taking some shotgun snaps, and the pocket movement has been outstanding. Did you see it, Rich? Wish we got this guy. He's running guys options. He's moving. He's got some quickness there in the pocket. Got your mind.
It's not his first rodeo.
Where's he going in your mock draft, DJ?
He's at 3.0. He's going to make his way into the 3.0 mock. He has not been in 1.0 and 2.0, but I haven't seen the athleticism myself.
Is he keeping his eyes downfield?
He was more looking to run than to throw. Right there.
All right. So he's a young ball. Your left or right ball perfection.
The ball really finish.
We talk about that drill. It's kind of a new variation that Joe Stalin was orchestrating, and you can tell you see Matt Mitchell came second try. Stalin made him come back and do it over, and that's one of the worst things you can hear at top of the line. Back on the ball. He's calling no blocks on Friday. On Friday practice, no back on the balls. And we had to go back and do the drill again. That was his drill. I liked it. It showed the punch, showed the power, showed the ricochet.
There's the rabbit drill.
Athleticism right here. This used to be the rabbit drill.
Those are some Carolina blue shoes for defense.
Oh, love that. Tar Heel blue. That's cool.
So this right here, I mean, this is one of the toughest drills out here for these offensive linemen here, just because this requires so much leg strength, power, and also endurance. You'll see as the guys start to get tired and pad level starts to raise up, all of a sudden they lose that flexion of the knees. You're not going to be an issue with part right here. It's having to help.
Beautiful.
That's for you, man.
That was good.
What do you guys want the hands here?
We're doing this drill. Yeah, just you guys want to see your power.
DJ, I've been seeing it a lot today. You're going to get beat like that, plus your face gets into the rock. So, all right, Kenny's got his hands up there.
There we go, Trevor. Yeah. Look at this dude just acing this drill. Okay, Trevor. I like it.
All right, guys, let's get to the good stuff. Let's show the quarterback. Look at the right stance. Get out of there. Get out of there. He's out of the screen. I don't think the slow motion does it justice to just how fast he moved out of there, guys. That was Josh Allen. Not quite Josh Allen. Josh Allen. Chill out.
Alright, so didn't get to see Piet Fair on that, but hopefully when they come back they'll show him. But I was very interested in Trevor to see how he handled the rabbit drill. There's a few others I'm watching too. Pass rush mirror drill. And we'll just see how this pans out.
gets outside, kicks out the edge rusher, able to make that play. And then let's get him out in space on the screens. You see this with Jason Kelsey as well as he does it here. Just looking at him run. I just want to see him run.
Wow.
Go. So you see the
Tyler Linderbaum can run, man. Jeez.
Is what I want to get to Sean with because
Okay.
1/8-inch arm. Some teams
6'2", 296 frame.
Corey Lindsey, not much longer.
Wow.
One of the best centers in the NFL. Sean, your take on that as somebody who played the position, maybe the challenges when you don't have that length, and can you overcome it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was something that I tried to overcome my entire career. Your short round, you've got to be quicker and you've got to anticipate it a little bit more. I think when you look at what Linderbaum does, he's just so naturally gifted, and so his strength and his athleticism can make up for some of that. But at center, technically, I would use my left hand so much more because of that reason. I knew
There's screen drill.
I had a seam on me that his arm length, he was going to be stabbing my chest, and I would be, it'd be like, Three Stooges, it'd be like Larry and Curly. And so I had to get my left hand on right away and almost grab the shoulder pad inside. So you kind of learn the techniques a little bit. And look, there's a lot of guys, Jason Kelsey and Philly has been dealing with it. You can have a successful career, but you've got to get a little creative. You've got to really work on the technique, and your quickness has to be, it's like Bruce Lee's first meaningful touch in any battle. So that's kind of a big part of it. With Linderbaum, watching the film on him and, watching the black and yellow, like I would have nostalgia of like Jeff Harding's, the Steelers center for a long time, Tom Nalen. He's got that same kind of technique. And when he gets his hand inside, the wrestling background really kind of takes over and power really shows up.
Yeah, guys, I think just a quick reminder, too, is the reason he's not out here, Tyler Linderbaum, is he's got that mid-foot sprain that he suffered in the team's bowl game, Iowa's bowl game, January 1st. He is shooting for their pro day, which is March 21st, to perform. But, again, this is the guy that switched from the defensive line in high school to the offensive line in high school. And as we've been talking about here in terms of his size, I asked him about it, and he said it hasn't been necessarily something that has come up regarding his length. The teams that he has talked to here and through this process have been more concerned about his body weight and where he is willing to weigh in at. I think, guys, he weighed in at about 296 this week, and I'd be curious from Sean, where would be a good playing weight for Tyler Linderbaum in the National Football League?
That's a good question.
Listen, I'm not going to body shame Linderbaum at all right here because I played at 295, and Tom Coughlin used to chase me around the weight room on weight days. He wanted me to be 305 pounds. And so, it's a sneaky 5-pound plate on big day. But the whole key with it is what type of offense are you running? For Linderbaum, it's not going to do him any good to try to be 315 pounds if he's running his own scheme like we talked about earlier. Just getting up to the second level a lot. That's not his game. So I think 295 is plenty big. And really, the key is, if you're a center, can you get to the Mike linebacker? If you're trying to run outside zone plays, look, if you can get to the Mike linebacker at 290 pounds, 295 pounds, that's you'll be at 315, and you can't get to the second level. Can't get to the Mike linebacker. It's all about angles and quickness. Clearly, he's excelled at the collegiate level. I don't think he'll have any issues with that. But I would also say this: I think he has room to put on some weight. Like that won't be an issue if he wants to put on 5 to 7 pounds. But look, it's not necessary. Kevin Mawai's sitting up here in the stands right now. Kevin played at 295 pounds. He's a Hall of Famer. So that's Linderbaum has plenty of strength and power. So the weight is something that he's always going to have to deal with. And on film, look, against a 330-pound nose tackle ahead of zero technique, yeah, he's going to have some struggles and have some fits, but that's where the hand technique is going to come into play.
Yeah, exactly.
Where he's going to play? What division are you going to play in? Are you playing in a division with a lot of 4-down teams that don't have anybody that's going to line on your nose all the time? Or are you going to play in a division?
Ooh, good point.
Big 340-pound nose guards that are just going to bury into your chest.
Good point.
You got to get out of the AFC North. Casey Hampton. So we drafted Alex Mack for that very reason. We wanted a big center, 315 pounds. If they put a big hot volley right over your nose, they're going to try to run you over. But you're playing, like we mentioned, 4 down. You're undercovered. in those zone schemes where they're going to ask you to run the ball. They're an athlete. I don't care what he weighs. Your leverage is always going to trump sheer size, all those numbers. It's all about technique. It's all about quickness and leverage in the NFL game. So it's with conflict, 5 minutes early, 10 pounds heavier. That's the way it goes. Sure.
Yeah, I think he just wanted all of his linemen to be 300 plus. And I said Christine weighs out for the first.
Why you have a large plate that puts in your spandex shorts every time you say it? Did you ever ask that question? I don't ask Sean that question. Catch out of the bag now.
Nobody really standing out on this drill so far. Yeah, this is second and third group, so nobody really standing out.
Hey, I've got running backs coming up, guys. That's all the caffeine I need. Since I said webcast. Guys, great job. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Jim Thomas.
Congratulations, you're the best. DJ, good stuff.
Great job, guys. Okay. Sean is the best of the two, brother. And I just appreciate that. I just think it's great that neither of you want the that you have shirts that actually fit you. So
yeah, he's having a baby cat now. Is that?
Yes, we saw that. Last night. Saw last night.
Kids are enough.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Nice work, guys.
There you go. Oh boy, we're really hanging out. Very nice.
He's getting out.
I'm not wearing any
Yeah.
little farmers. I need some more of those are in there. Yeah, you have feast on running backs right now here at Lucas Oil Stadium. Don't go anywhere. We still have much more to go here on a Friday.
All right, so that's the offensive lineman right now. That was the last on the field drill that they're doing. Again, nobody really stands out on that last drill that they were doing. My money's still on Trevor as far as the best late round steal. You know, I could be wrong, but he looked the best in the combine drill so far out of that second group. You know, he did well with the what was it, the pass pro mirror. He also did well with a couple of others that caught my attention. So, you know, it wasn't a huge standout, but it was enough that he separated himself from the pack on those drills. So, we're going to keep an eye on our guy here. And just see where he ends up. Excuse me. I think, again, the only knock I've got against Akeem is that pass pro mirror drill. But beyond that, like, everybody else looks solid. You know, I doubt that will drop him too far. If he does drop. And it's a shame we never got to see Tyler. But we did get a good look at Alec Lingstrom from Boston College, which is the guy I've had on my mock drafts. You know, if we were going to go center, that would be the direction I would go. Piet Fair is another one I was keeping an eye on. Justin Schaefer, Sawyer from Georgia. I wish we had seen more of him. I don't think we got to see him at all today. which is kind of a shame. Did he run a 40? Because if he ran a 40, I'm interested to see. They're going to show you the top times on ESPN, though. That's the thing. Let's take a look at the bench press for the lineman. Oh, there he is. 31. He doesn't show up on the 40, but he shows up on the strength. And again, that's one of those things that we're trying to get away from is the strong guys that are not fast, but also the fast guys that are not strong. You know, we want a balance. So there's Alec Lingstrom at 25 reps. Zach Thomas from San Diego State. All right, yeah, they're mentioning the bench press right now. Kenon Green.
Served his military deal in Austria. Had to come to school for it. Yeah, so this guy. Have you met him yet? Personality plus.
31 reps. Dang.
Johnson, nice workout for him out of BC by way of Davidson, 32 reps. Yeah, even when no
Wow.
Strange, nice day for him out of Chattanooga. He really likes his day.
Good ball player. Had a nice week at the Senior Bowl. Look at that. Shows him out. This is a bunch up to 10 feet.
Man.
That's a lot.
Okay.
From Austria.
There you go, right there, Peter. Tight end and going up, get one. And this guy's
Ooh.
and they're still learning the position. So again, huge upset.
That's 10 as well.
Trevor Penny was a little upset because this was pretty much the only thing he got to him all day. Was the verse.
Yeah, I love how he said it takes nothing for him to be upset. You know, just waking up and being angry.
Okay. Now they're in the prod drop. Keep that in mind.
Another good player. I mean, it sounds trite to say that, but UCLA reworked with Chip Kelly with how fast they go on offense, the things that they acquire, they ask you to do a lot of it in space. You have to be pretty athletic to play that offensive line for him.
Is this guy still having it? Eli? Come on.
Get up there, Eli. Come on.
Class of 2004. Person.
Guys,
24 inches.
Let's just say one more time.
Yeah.
In that family, the best athlete still remains dad.
Archibald. Yeah. I found that good too.
Look, Archie Coop was really good. Go up, throw some yes. You want to see athlete?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Unfortunately, he was running backward a lot of the time as well. We saw a couple of offensive linemen from the University of Kentucky out there as well, including Porter. He was born in Cleveland, Ohio, moved to Sylvania, Ohio, a couple of hours away, but huge Joe Thomas fan out there. In fact, Charles Davis, you spotted this, and you got those two guys together.
And listen, I picked up the phone. I called Joe. I said, Joe, I know this young man in Kentucky, and Joe didn't know him at the time.
He's consistent and good at what he does.
And when we get to the combine, we're going to get together. Yeah. I made sure Joe knew that this
That's why he likes him.
How about Joe?
I like that.
I'm going to check him out.
Yeah, and guess what? We're kind of like the Oprah show right here. We make dreams come true. So here we go. That's what you are. So let's see how it went.
So here with Luke Fortner, Ohio guy, and there's a little rumor on the street that you might be a Browns fan, and you may know a few of the guys that are over here on the other side of the camera.
Yes, sir. I was born in Cleveland, watched the Browns for quite a few years now, so I'm a huge fan.
That's awesome. What's been your experience so far, Indy?
It's been a great experience. I love meeting all the guys out here, getting a chance to work out with them and get to know them. It's really awesome.
You're really impressive watching you move around, your ability to move, your ability to run. What do you think separates yourself from some of the other guys that you got to see out here today? Yeah, I appreciate that. I think for me, it's consistency. I think regardless of the team, the score, I'm going to be the same player every day. Now, I'm a big fan of yours. I heard that you were a fan of mine growing up in Cleveland. You're starting to make me feel a little bit.
That's so cool.
You were a lot younger when I got into the NFL for the Browns, but you're going to be a rookie here pretty soon. And I'm really excited to watch you on Sundays. But you know, as a rookie, you've got duties. Rookie duties, buying pizza, buying beer. After a great performance for the combine here, I think it's about time for you to go buy me some beer and pizza. That sounds good. Hey, also, I'm a 6 year, so you're not that old. Well, I appreciate that. You are not my favorite player that I've ever been on the field with. Now that he's going to buy me pizza and beer, he said I'm not that old. Look, I hope the guys sell.
Look at that. Hey. Just about the same frame and size.
Joe Thomas, of course, the third overall selection in the 2007 draft. What are you laughing at, CD, about that? Why?
To see those two get together. I mean, to know that I made this match happen. And the best part is Joe Thomas does this with people. He connects. He's giving of himself. Move forward. If you don't do anything else, make sure you have his number. Call him for tips. Call him for advice. Joe Thomas always comes through.
Speaking of numbers, so shouldn't they go out with 73 there in Lexington instead of Bullet?
He's going to wear 73 to pro. So he's going to have to out there. Charles Higgins next to the matchmaker. Matchmaker, make me a match.
Cool. I'm curious to see where he ends up.
After the running backs go, because All Access recaps the day, the linemen and the running backs.
All right.
Easily out there. Tomlinson and Sparky, maybe he'll be there as well. The previous matchmaker.
So who are y'all excited to see out here in the running backs crew? Anybody in particular? If you guys were watching the linemen, which one stood out to you? And why? For me, again, it's got to be Trevor. You know, in the second group. First group, obviously, Akeem, Charles Cross, the usuals. But it's that second group I'm watching, you know, to see who pops up and who ends up being a really good depth player for a team, you know, late rounds, to fill a roster spot. And, you know, the team doesn't lose very much by putting him in when there's an injury or a free agency move or something like that, you know. So, again, when you're dealing with offensive linemen, you're dealing with bench press. Big one right there. 3-cone. They did not put any data up for the 3-cone, which is what I was hoping to see. The vertical and broad jump, I'm not really that interested in. Ugh. But realistically, it's going to be that long and short pole for me, and, of course, the rabbit drill. Other than the 3-cone, the shuttle drill, and the bench press, obviously. You're looking at hands, you're looking at footwork, you're looking at technique. You want really solid guys that are going to be consistent in all three. And especially you want balance. So, the 40-yard dash is just one small piece of it. And I mean, the Kentucky guys are starting to stand out. You know, you got Dare here at 488 on the 40 time. There's Trevor with the 489 on the 40 time. There's Charles Cross at 495. You know, these are the big names that everybody's been paying attention to. Piet Fair at 514. No one's really looking at him. I'm the only one that's really been pointing him out. So, I could be wrong about that, but I believe so. Yeah, there's Akeem at 493. So there you go. That's your 40 times if you're interested in that. Highly recommend checking out NFL.com combine /tracker/live results, and you'll get all of this stuff right here. So I don't know. I guess we're waiting on the running backs. If you have any players that you would like me to look at out of the running back class, now's the time to post those names in the chat. Or any players that you would like to talk about offensive line wise, we can talk about them. And when we do our first film study stream, then we will discuss that first day prospects. You know, anybody that you guys thought stood out, we can talk about them at that point. We still got day 3. I've got somewhere to be tomorrow. So I don't know when I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. But we got defensive linemen and linebackers tomorrow to finish things out. So we'll see how that goes. I'm looking at defensive tackle. I'm looking for a pass rusher, and I'm also looking for a linebacker in late rounds. That's what I'm looking at. If any of those players stand out in the second group, that's what we need to primarily focus on. Because we're looking at 4th round and beyond. That being said, I am going to take a short break while they get ready for the running back 40s. And I'll let you guys listen in to what they're saying during that break. Keep pounding, guys. Hit that like button. Hit that sub button.
To say we've all been there before. Let's get to some actual news, though. Let's talk about the Jets and Giants. We're going to talk about where the Giants are looking at right now on their roster. Of course, they're over the salary cap, and one of the people that's sort of garnered the most interest publicly is James Bradbury, the former big-ticket free agent, played really well for the Giants. There's a $13 million salary this year. My understanding is teams are going to inquire as far as the availability of James Bradbury, certainly someone the Giants could part with for the right deal as they try to get under the cap and kind of keep one player not expected to be traded is Saquon Barkley. Yes, I know new general manager Joe Shane said he would look at everything and he would take the phone call, and that's true. Philosophy-wise, that is true, but I do not expect Saquon Barkley to be traded. Meanwhile, for the New York Jets, no doubt they're in the market for a potential upgrade on the offensive line. What about Mekhi Becton, the former first-round, really talented, a little bit of a lost season. I know Robert Saleh, guys, made some news at the Senior Bowl saying that he was going to compete with George Fant at left tackle. See if that lights a fire under Becton. Worst case scenario, he could end up as a right tackle. The Jets will look to add to their offensive line elsewhere. That's what we got going on in New York. And now for some more basketball, well, not actually basketball news. We'll send it to a basketball player. Stacey Dales. What's up, Stacey?
Thanks, Ian. I think Kimmy hit that buzzer beater.
Right before we go on break here, I want to talk about this Bradbury deal. If we were to go for Bradbury, what would it take to get him? That is a good question because he's still got a lot of value. But as far as like what it would take to move value wise on our side to get him, it'd probably take a pick and a player, I would think. But based on the fact that we just restructured Taylor Moton's deal, I mean, does that kind of hint at the fact that we might try something? I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? We're not getting Dante back. So, are we possibly putting together a package for Bradbury? I mean, one pick and a player. It's starting to look interesting to me. Maybe AJ and a pick, because we're gonna spend a pick on a corner anyway, late rounds, right? So, what y'all think about that? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat. Because, I mean, we're looking at 31 mil, 31.5, which is good. You know, we set ourselves up by restructuring that deal. We still need to restructure Shaq's deal. And Robbie could be restructured as well. But, you know, AJ and a pick for Bradbury, we don't want to go too high, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, we still got to get what we need. But AJ and a pick next year, I could see it. I could see it, y'all. That'd be worth the money. And the pick. Because look at this. We got $101.2 million sitting in the cap space next year. So, y'all tell me. You interested in this one? Let me know. Just something to look at. I'll let y'all look at the numbers real quick while we're on break. And listen to the scouting combine here till we get back. Thank you guys so much.
Let's look at Breece Hall. He's my top running back in this draft class at Iowa State. And one of the calling cards for him is the patience. There's times where he actually walks towards the line of scrimmage before using his vision, find a hole, and then you'll see him explode through. That explosion we're going to see here during the testing. He's loose. He's a real fluid, loose runner. Sometimes guys are a little bit one track. They're tight. That's not him. How about the ability to play through contact? Can't tell you the number of times you see him run through these arm tackles at the second level, showing you that lower leg drive at 217 pounds that he checked in here. And then in the passing game, you see it here, after the catch, he can make you miss, but he can run receiver routes as well. We get into the field workout, Rich, you're going to be able to see him when he splits out and how athletic he is. Speaking of which, that translates to a very fast 40 time. And when you watch him on tape, I know a lot of folks thought mid-4.5s. These jokes are telling me he's going to probably be in the low 4.4 range. That's usually how that correlates. But this is a phenomenal athlete. How about some hoops? See, you say you're not tied up together. That's Andrew Tony-esque. Here you go. Let's look at his score here with NGS. You talk about somebody that put together huge stacks there at Iowa State. Now you're starting to see what he can do with the testing numbers as they get factored in, as they combine, you're going to see his rating only go up.
Well, and again, I know you're saying that a running back may not go in the first round, and anybody who's sitting at home thinking, well, that means that this class of running backs may be a little bit less than. Ask a Colts fan.
The jerseys are all out here.
Ask a Colts fan what they thought of the running back that they chose in the second round a couple of years ago and what he was able to do for them this year. I mean, the conversation for Jonathan Taylor as an MVP candidate was legit all the way up until pretty much mid-December. And is Josh McDaniels the new HC of the Las Vegas Raiders back as a head coach? Just don't ask people here in Indianapolis what they think of Josh McDaniels. But other than that, we can ask them about what they think of Jonathan Taylor, and that will just show you again a second round running back can be your team's most valuable player.
And I think this draft, it's not only in the second round, I think the second day, and even beyond that, I think this draft is a really quality draft. And you look at the numbers, Charles mentioned that the top 4 rushers were 220 plus pounds. 8 of the top 10 rushers last year were 220 plus. And when you look at kind of the stats of the rushing scrimmage yards leaders last year, the average was 5'11 and a quarter, 223 pounds with a 4.47 40. So bigger is in at that position right now.
All right, so the running backs are getting their last minute instructions. Okay, Mark Corson. There we go. It's not time to run some 40s. Let's do it. It's time to run some 40s with some running backs. Do you have anybody in here who can threaten the golden number?
I don't think so. I think that number is going to be safe.
Okay.
I think we're going to have some 4.4s, some low 4.4s. Maybe we can dip under 4.4, but I think that's where my expectations are as we ready to watch these guys roll.
Okay.
I'm still mad at something James Harden do. Now,
again, you know, it's a long combine. It's all right. No, don't kick yourself.
Make excuses. All right. I know we had a couple really nice games in his first couple outings in
Philadelphia. See what I'm saying? Okay.
All right, let it go.
Move on. Focus. One run at a time and hope for the best. Tyler Algier, BYU Cougars. First up, RB1.
Talk about the combine. Big backs, 224 pounds. My comparison when I watched him was James Conner. You talk about north, south. He's a finisher. Pretty nimble, too, when you get him out in space. He's elusive out there at the second level. In the passing game, mostly checkdowns in that BYU offense. But, you know, I talked about San Diego State being a physical West Coast team at BYU with Kalani Sitake. They will rush in the mouth, too, now. It's a physical group. Good. That's okay. That's kind of what I thought. The numbers on James Conner, that'll be an interesting
Conner had an incredible season. Over the next 10 days, he could wind up making himself a huge chunk of change. And the Cardinals would love to keep him. Conner is 4.65 coming up. Pittsburgh. Tyler Beatty of Missouri. Chris Rose sent me a text. I'm getting heat. We're not getting the James Harden. So you know. All right, Beatty. Whistle.
No problem, math here for you. I think we've got the numbers here. Look at them side by side. See, look at the 40 here. Rich, we've almost got a perfect DNA match here.
Indeed.
So obviously James Conner a little bit taller. James Conner's, as you mentioned, Rich, probably getting ready to cash in here, coming off a huge year with the Arizona Cardinals. But running style, it's not just their size and their speed. It's just that running style, punishing running style. As we get ready to watch Tyler Beatty here from Missouri, talking to Coach Drinkwitz down there, his head coach in Missouri, he really likes this kid. Talks about how tough he is. Actually got in a car crash during a week, and it was a significant. He said, Coach, car crash is not going to keep me down. For 200 plus yards that week in South Carolina,
1,600 rushing yards on 268 carries, 14 rushing touchdowns this season. Beatty with nice 4.49,
47 runs of 15 yards. Katie Brooks, if he would have gone back to school, which he could have, he would have just been the all-time kid rusher. So that speaks to his production. And again, the coaches there with the Tom's off being very high, quiet, just a really good kid. Together 3,000-yard seasons. To watch him as that forward, he's got really contact balance. And he catches the ball too. I don't know that the expectation is he's going to run very fast. So this would really help a few surprises here. Take that off.
It was great to have him stop by here.
Mike Bradway, bottom right corner of the screen. Very lovely sweater.
There's value.
Andy Reid with his cheeseburger again. Love that guy though. Oh yeah, I'm back.
Runner. So speed's not really his calling card. Interesting. There comes Jared Chandler. Ty Chandler is a transfer from Tennessee. Get your thoughts on that. It's really sure. Bounce and burst runner. Nice job spinning on tackles. He can catch the ball too. Touchdowns also.
Nice, Ty. He's a skinny guy, isn't he?
My thoughts about look, he was productive in Tennessee on some teams that weren't very good. And you remember there was also another running back there out of Memphis who ended up transferring to Oklahoma. He ran into Kennedy Brooks, so that didn't go as well for him. But Ty Chandler able to fill that void after Javonte Williams and Michael Carter left this past year. Able to really jump up his production. But on teams that weren't great in Tennessee, he was still productive with team offense that they played.
He's going to team captain and James to 466 versus Snoop Connor. Snoop Connor guy.
I hear those Snoops in the crowd, man. Love it. All right, here we go. James Cook. This is the guy I want to see. 5'11", 199. From Georgia.
James Cook saw quite enough of him. National semifinal game he had for Georgia.
That dude balled out during that semifinal game. I'm telling you. They tried everything to get that ball in his hands. Oh, that's the brother of Dalvin Cook. Okay. I didn't realize that.
We should mention, as Arthur Smith watches on HC of the Atlanta Falcons, that Dalvin's time was 4.49. So if this is going to be a sibling rivalry, and you assume it is, that's the number to shoot for here.
It's a little different. He's a little leaner than Dalvin. He plays fast. He's one of those ones where the tape is.
He's looking up at Arthur just like, draft me. Draft me. We got to have the two brothers back together.
We have a great Excel on him. Get to that sometime later today. We can see what he does pass game again. Not somebody you're going to give as many touches to as his brother, but he can do a lot of damage with 5 or 6 catches out of the backfield.
4-5. Nice.
It's unofficial. It's unofficial. It's a round of applause from the fans here.
Throw him up here. Look at that. Yeah, he's got it.
Look at him. Good comparison.
It's a mystery to me. Dalvin Cook, you look at how explosive he is with Minnesota Vikings, and you say he jumped 30.5 inches, reminds me of Shady McCoy. I think he was like a 30-inch vertical. Just watch out dynamic.
Not the same size.
Balance, some guys just don't like the vertical. He has a lot of talent. Watch him against Florida, and he just runs right through that defense. There's a safety from Texas A&M. I think he's still trying to pick himself off the turf as well. This kid has got some serious power once he gets to that second, third level. Look at this Price. High knees firing. Roger Craig's running style with those high knees. This kid has got a similar style. Those high knees.
Anxious to see Breece Hall here out of Iowa State, and he told us. I mean,
LSU running backs have typically had a pretty good speed.
He said, obviously his run style smooth and patient, but I loved sort of his philosophy, guys. Quote, slow to and fast through. This is a really patient runner, sees the gaps, and I also really appreciated what he said about pass protection, DJ. If you're not a pass protector, he said, you're not a first-round draft pick. So
exactly. It's a pass protection league
It's a great call. Get off the field.
for offensive linemen. Yeah.
Right now, at this point in time in his development, I think I'm getting out because he's such a phenomenal receiver. He's continuing to improve his protection. For those top guys, 4.47. We talk about 4.5.
Yeah, good timing.
4.5. So that's a name that gives you a comparison there. Joe Mixon is a 4.52. So tries to show you guys. You're going to like these ideals of better scouting. So interested after saying,
Nice. That's another Baylor guy with a great 40 time. They got some speed in Baylor, man. I like this.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of running backs. This guy will be our special teams ace, and he'll be able to catch out of the backfield on third downs. He can do it all.
He's a leader on the team. Good people. 2-time Big 12 special teams player of the year.
Great on his resume. The kickoff returner. John Ford's got legit speed. He should be one of the faster backs we see here.
These guys who put the culture that Luke Fickle's talking about in Cincinnati over the last few years.
He was waiting line at Alabama and decided to transfer to Cincinnati. A little faster than that. So when you watch it, you see some long touchdowns. 81 yards versus Central Florida, 79 yards versus Houston. He said he slipped, so they're footing this one as well.
Next time Howell was in this building for the Big Ten championship game.
Formation there it is downhill, so he gets some snaps to Wildcat as well. Season.
Okay.
See, that's so much faster.
They're all rocking about 4.47, somewhere around that range. So 4.5.
Is
let's go. Coaches as well. Matt Campbell, we think back to his time at Toledo. Kareem Hunt, he was able to find him. David Montgomery at Iowa State. Here's the next one in line. Here's Hall.
mentioned Roger Craig before. That's his cousin. And went back to ball. Jason lied. He could definitely make the case that they need running back depth on that team. When they suffered some injuries toward the end of the season, Leonard Fournette has been terrific for that team. Don't forget.
That is true.
Tom Brady's career, I think, was a handoff for a touchdown to Leonard Fournette on that game. Just as he can. They think he's been doing just the instincts. Situations like Charlie, I love it. He is great. He is terrific. So with the jumps, I'm thinking he's got full force.
All right, so 4.44. Wow.
There you go. Low 4.4s, and there you go. Come up all 4s. There you go. Moses Falali. Lots of 4s, dealer.
Okay.
76 are talk today. Go.
Brees Hall, huh? All right.
Got you up to speed, but come back.
All right. So James Cook runs a 4.5 flat. That's the guy I was looking at. There's another running back in that group that I'm also looking at, and that is Ty Chandler from North Carolina with that 4.45. So again, we're looking for a power back. We're not looking for a speed back. We've already got a speed back with our running back group right now. If we decide to put CMC out at slot, then yes, we can go hunting for a power back, but I don't think we really need to go after one this year. That's my thought process right now. At running back. My apologies, y'all. I'm battling cold symptoms, so just bear with me. But yeah, James Cook will be all right. I think somebody will grab him, possibly first round, second round. Uh-oh. We got Panthers assistant GM Dan Morgan interviewing with the Steelers. I just saw that. That was from February 19th, so I apologize for the lateness of that, but I just now saw it. Todd McShay is saying we're going to go after a corner. Sauce Gardner? Nah. I don't see it. Let's see. And I just want to publicly say, I left a comment on somebody's article saying that the problem with going after any type of big name free agents and stuff like that is that we would have to restructure the contracts. And I didn't see Scott Fitterer ever doing that. But today he proved me wrong. He restructured Taylor Moton's contract, so credit given where it's due. You know, I was wrong on that one.
Sincere McCormick. Yards last 2 seasons. Sincere. He gets it all to 22 catches, no drops, got some stop-start quickness.
This is where you're going to start seeing some of these like 4.46, 4.47, stuff like that. There's a lot of fast running backs in this class.
You're making only Sixer games. You make excuses as a red flag, sir.
Wow. Hmm.
He's got that some choppy little steps. And Jamal could fly, but he did it 3 inches at a time to run his feet and the front.
Clowney's a free agent. Melvin Ingram. Teddy Bridgewater's a free agent. Broncos didn't even want him anymore. Dang.
40 career touchdowns.
Russell Gage. Okay. Juju. We get Cam Robinson from the Jaguars out there as a free agent. We could go after Cam Robinson. I'm down for that. Cordell Patterson. That could be a good fit for us. Consider we need a running back and a wide receiver. You know, that could be a good fit.
I'm not sure they're showing you all the opportunities to leave with Damian Harris, Josh Jacobs, and Najee Harris, Bo Scarborough. But he's from Tuscaloosa, and he wanted to be the guy at Alabama, just had to wait a little longer. Here's another thing to run fast here. Here's from Junior. 47 of 15 yards. It's a big number.
Wow. 4.39. Okay.
And he is now unofficially the fastest running back here at the combine. 4.39.
That's guys training him. They said that's where he was training. Testing wise. Kenneth Walker. What a great story he is.
Tennessee. Hardly anybody gave in high school. It's dumb.
2 offers from school. Elton could say this is he's never had somebody with a combination of talent, This is a great story. He told me, he said they talk about not fumbling. You always want to get the ball to the ref field on the ground. And he says in the middle of the season, he scores a touchdown. He's 3 yards in the end zone. The ball falls out of his hands. Immediately goes to the ball. You want to do that?
Dude sounded like a Mustang horse. Run, Kenneth. There you go. Dude's a thoroughbred. Jeez.
even when he was with us, goes for the end zone, anything from the 10-yard line in. Terrific runner.
4, 5, 6, Jalen. Okay.
He can expand his pass catching abilities. As far as being a runner with vision, toughness, cutting ability, he said this kid's got to grow. It's a great young man, too.
Mel told me that he thought you'll see him catch the ball really well here. Sometimes you don't see it on the game field, but you see it on the practice field. He said you catch the ball. Arizona State. Interesting stat. 20. 6 yards, 10 yards a carry. And he played in games. Had 4 games played that. First down or touchdown. Pretty good.
Let's see if Richard can redeem these Arizona State players, man. On the 40. They haven't really caught the attention of anyone so far.
He's got the Oregon gear on, root for the Niners. You know what? It's not about white. It's been an interesting household.
Rashad White. Dude's a big guy, man. Look at those arms. Golly. I bet he could break some tackles. I haven't even followed Arizona State that much. Man. You could tell he was straining. You could hear it. Oh, wow. Chicago Bears. Coach Matt. So, there we go. 4-4-7. That's what I expect from Georgia players right there. That's what I expect from Georgia running backs specifically. Is that 440 range. They're all fast. Everybody that Georgia has picked up has been fast in their system. They run off that speed running backs.
So we'll take a break and show you maybe going to miss, but let's go to the break. On a simulcast with Cook, Dalvin versus James Howell. Unofficially, we had Dalvin 1/100 faster than James. There are 2 guys on the screen right now. You can't tell.
Wow.
Game of inches. James has another run.
That's crazy.
My name is Lily, and I'm a franchisee with Domino's. Growing up, I always loved Domino's.
All right, so I don't know how many of these running backs we got left in this group, but they're going to be doing on the field drills. That's when it's going to get really interesting. Because I actually don't remember what type of drills they do. It's been a minute. All right, so running backs. Let's see. Zamir White is another one from Georgia that I'm paying attention to. You know, I expected these guys to be fast. Like I said, everybody from Georgia are fast running backs. They operate off that speed back and using them as route runners. All right, so a couple of teams that could be looking for a running back. Definitely Detroit. Jets, obviously. Jets need everything. Giants, possibly. To back up Shaquan Barkley, but I doubt it. We'll see. Giants now have 2 picks up there at 5 and 7. Atlanta's looking for a running back. You saw the Bears looking for a running back as well. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how that rolls.
First time official. Tyler Day from Missouri here at 449. Some guys look like that's him. See, Kenny Brooks can be the first running back to better his 40 time. All right. They're on the clock. 5 now.
Okay, West Virginia guy here. West Virginia's been known for their fast guys. They've had a history of it. So let's see. Mm, 4.73. Both times. That's what we're looking at with him. Okay. James Cook is coming up. We got Snoop right before him. But this is Ty from North Carolina, so take a look at him. Four, 4.46, not bad. Okay. Yeah, North Carolina's had a really good history of running backs so far. In the last 5 or 6 years. Very impressive. You got Snoop. Four, 6.9. Okay.
Did they test for protein shake here at the combine? Yeah. So, James Cook needs to get, come on, James, 2/100ths of a second faster. his brother. Lifetime. This is at stake. This is at stake right now. Get out.
Sorry, man.
Oh, he's not pleased.
On my back, and he took off. In hold. Remember, your offhand goes back, hold for 3 counts.
That's fair. He did second.
Yeah, he did. The toes. That's pretty cool.
James is like, man, stop this nonsense. Just let me run. 4.58. Okay. He's not happy. He said that's not real. I love it. Oh, man. Man, I'm telling you, if the Vikings get him too, both the Cook brothers at running back, man, shoot. That's going to be a competition right there every day. Every day. Very nice.
What's interesting, which I went and visited with Matt Rule when he was at Baylor a few years back, and he told me, when he first got there, and he struggled his first year there, right? And he said, I pay attention to track times when I'm with these kids. He said, we're going to get the fastest team we can get, and then we're going to develop them as football players. And we've seen it at the combine. That speed is real. These guys all ran track in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And Baylor program, Dave Randall following him up. They've done a wonderful job of developing these kids. They're great football. Speed.
Steve Meyer. What's the whistle? Patriots. Trevor Lawrence just said, did I? Thanks.
Yeah.
You took off. Arm goes back. Hold. Just be patient. You got this. You're fast. Yes, he is fast.
Yeah, he is.
81 yards versus Central Florida, 79 versus Houston. It's everybody in their mirror when he gets out front. So do you think strengths right from just to get
Yeah, he does.
I saw that tow drag. I knew about the track. Track moving on. What's that? Answer. Okay. I'm sorry about that. It's my 18 years. What's that? I'm sorry about that. Man, come on back there.
See, there you go, man. He actually admitted that was his fault. Yeah, accountability right there. Okay.
10 players here have this. This is all.
2020, 1,572 yards and 21 touchdowns and almost a DNA match, 1472 and 20 touchdowns and 20. So just 50 touchdowns. So that's why you get this overall score at the end of your production. This is both off the charts, which puts it over 99, which last I checked, as good as it gets. Stats. On the field,
Real fast. Not bad. Oh, yeah, he did. Jeez. Time to turn my dreams into reality. There you go. That's what it's about, man. So what y'all think about the running back 40 times so far? You impressed with him? You like him? You know, who stood out to you so far? Y'all tell me. All right, so once they start doing the on-the-field drills, again, I'm going to be looking at Ty. I'm going to be looking at Snoop, James Cook. Of course, both of the Georgia running backs, Isaiah Spiller from Texas A&M, and Let's see about Kennedy Brooks too. It'd be interesting. They're still on the 40-yard. All right. This is the second set of guys, right? We're 6-1. Okay, 4-4-5.
We'll be back with more 40s. We'll show you what you missed and catch up before the running backs get back out there. This time for Untitled Drills. It'll come on a Friday night.
Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret things?
All right. All right, so restructure. I'm not really going to mess around with these too much, but you get the idea. I like where this is going so far. You know, I like all of these contracts. So how y'all feeling about this combine so far? Mm. So right at the moment, we are waiting on those on the field drills. We're gonna see what happens here. We're approaching the 2-hour mark for the stream. All right. Finish up 40.
Second round, Pierre Strong gets up here next. Then the Singletary count might be a good one for Ryan Rivers. Walker. Literally figured it out. This one speed. It's a 15 plus yards for Jim Shear. Okay. And we're back live for the final running backs here. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
There's, of course, the biggest storyline all week, non-combine related, is the future of Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers. All eyes on him to really make a decision. My understanding, after talking to sources over the last couple of hours, is that Aaron Rodgers is truly torn as far as where he wants to play in 2022. And I mean, the conventional wisdom is that he ends up back in, and perhaps that happens. There's a lot of positivity between Rodgers and Green Bay. Doubt the organization is intent on doing everything it possibly can to bring back the reigning MVP. I'm told as of right now, he is going back and forth on where he wants to play in 2022. As we have more people ready to, that is the Aaron Rodgers latest wish.
Well, I mean, the question is, Ian, is where's the fourth? If we know where the back would be, where would the fourth be? You know what I'm saying?
Rich, the fourth has always been the Denver Broncos. And of course, ever since the Aaron
447 for Zamir White.
The Denver
Okay.
Broncos has always been a potential trade location. I'm not saying anything's happening there right now. It doesn't seem like the Packers have entertained any trade thoughts at all. But in Rodgers' mind, if he was not in Green Bay, it seems that would be the other spot.
Okay, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. So, you know, again, the back is going to have a fourth, Green Bay. The fourth would be, where's he going fourth to? And he's kind of looking for the of not just the night, not just the running back group, not just the night, but for everyone who plays offense here at the scouting combine. And also, Zamir White, Georgia, very nice second round as well. Oh, I've been told Robinson is going to run afterward. Fourth or suppose, never know. But anyway, there's his final run. And this is a crucial question.
463.
About what Aaron Rodgers is thinking. And let's just be, straight to the point if we can. The back to Green Bay is not just, who's going to be there, what's going to happen, and how he feels there. It's got to be also a contract that's being discussed between he and his representatives and the two guys that we just saw in the Green Bay suite, in Brian Gutekunst and Mark Murphy, the general manager and team president, respectively. And then there's the fourth, like where would he want to go? Where would he be happier? Because, Green Bay has won 13 games
in the last 3 seasons. The first one being one that Rodgers sitting there on a draft night, couple fingers into whatever, drink he was having, and they draft Jordan Love, and that set off everything. Exploded on draft day in Cleveland last year. And then he follows that up with an MVP season for the second time in a row. And now, the fact that we're sitting here and Green Bay is entertaining, Jordan Love will just have to keep sitting. And he's going back and forth on it. The question is, what's he going back and forth about? Is it dollars and cents? Is it happiness? Is it what could it be?
I imagine it's dollars and cents. I would imagine, I don't want to say it's a record number, but it almost is a record number. If you're Aaron Rodgers and what accomplished there, you would think the Packers would be going to meet him wherever that he wants to be financially. But I do find it interesting, the team that was mentioned hired a coach who is very close with Aaron Rodgers, having just come from Green Bay to be attracting Denver, which is already attractive, even more attractive. My question is, what in the world would you have to give up to get Aaron Rodgers?
Oof.
After 2 back-to-back.
2 firsts at least.
Either way.
2 firsts at least.
No question about it. As you can see.
That's for starters.
The Packers fans, this young man's doing a discount double check, which I think is like a 4-year-old reference right there. We see it, sir. And one more time. And so it's really interesting. That was a Bronco fan right next to him, too. So either one of those kids are going to be happy, but either 2 weeks from today. And so that's the question, is like, what would the back and forth be about? Just trying something new, going somewhere else.
But he said he's gone on the record how much he's enjoyed kind of Matt LaFleur. They've got some other decisions they have to make. You got to imagine Montana's going to get tagged or going to get paid. But man, I hear the back and forth. I just don't know how it happens. I don't know how Green Bay executes that if he was to want that to happen. I don't see it happen.
Well, because you would imagine in Denver, to use the Patino phrase, Devontae Adams is not walking through that door in Denver.
They've got a great group there, but what do you have to give up in terms of players and picks? I can't imagine how high the cost would be if you could ever even get Green Bay to consider doing.
Peter Schrager, you want in on this?
I do. I spoke with Hackett for a while this week, the new head coach of Denver Broncos, and he and Rodgers are as close as can be. Yet he said, I am literally staying out of this. I am a Bronco. He is a Packer. It is not only tampering, but also that might actually piss Aaron Rodgers off if I was trying to actively recruit him. That is how sensitive this is. He's staying out of it.
Wow.
I can tell you, Hackett and Rodgers, very tight. So are LaFleur and Rodgers at this moment.
And don't forget, too, when LaFleur was hired, the narrative was, Rodgers is, difficult. He doesn't want to change his spots this late in his career with somebody who's never done it before. And then the two of them, crushed it. 13 wins, NFC Championship game appearance, and then we all know the 4th down choice in that NFC Championship game definitely rankled a little bit. But Aaron Rodgers was the MVP, and then he follows that up with another MVP season after that. And everything seems to be set up in a way where it's 3 straight 13-win seasons, and him and LaFleur are easily one of the best coach-quarterback combinations and working things during the week and executing on a game.
Remember the line which was, you didn't have the freedom. They didn't give Aaron. Remember that? I think that
this works out spectacularly well.
Right. It's a great scheme fit. It's a great personality fit, I think, there as well. And even Aaron Rodgers, when he talked about Goody and Brian Gutekunst, said their relationship's in a much better place now. So I wouldn't be as surprised as anybody if Aaron Rodgers isn't a Packer next year.
Because it is a spot, obviously, that he's got everything.
I would think so, too.
It does appear. But Denver may entice. There could be other teams. It's just fascinating. This is going to play out in the next 10 days. And, Gutekunst said earlier this week, nobody's even called him to ask, what do you think about that one?
Maybe not formally. Is it a formal phone call? Maybe it's just a walk in the hallway conversation, not a phone call.
Again, that is if he stays put, the quarterback carousel, as you pointed out on yesterday's broadcast, doesn't appear Russell Wilson's going anywhere. You think Kyler Murray, all this stuff, it does,
Yeah, I don't anticipate personally to see as much movement as we potentially thought with maybe a couple months ago.
Unless Aaron Rodgers pulls the pin on that game.
There's no you start the process. I just don't see it. I just can't see Aaron Rodgers wearing another uniform on him. Maybe I'm the one that's lost. I just cannot see that happening.
Stacey Tales?
Yeah, it seems a little odd, doesn't it, DJ? Standing here, it feels precarious because I feel like we were almost in this situation last year. As I've been reporting and kind of sort of opining on it, it's almost like a deja vu feeling. I've talked to a couple of folks with the Packers here this week, and literally the situation is they have to wait for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision. And when we heard from the general manager, Brian Gutekunst, who was just up top here roughly a week ago as they were getting ready to come here to Indianapolis for this combine, he essentially said that. I mean, that's where the first domino sits, and when it falls, they'll deal with everything else. But the interesting thing is if you look at the wide receivers, there are a bevy of free agents that they have to address. Obviously, Devontae Adams, you have Equanimeous St. Brown, you have Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and it is pretty well understood that they need another weapon with that receiving core, a dynamic player, and certainly the salary cap situation is an issue. So there just is so much to work out once again this offseason for the Green Bay Packers. Now, if you talk to folks again within the organization, there is never a wavering confidence. It's the one thing I think the Packers can always pride themselves in because of the leadership of Brian Gutekunst. They are extraordinary when it comes to building rosters. They do it exceptionally well through the draft. You look at their draft picks alone last year, pretty outstanding when you think about some of the guys they added to their roster, whether those are offensive linemen like a guy like Royce Newman or Josh Myers in the middle of that offensive line. Hopefully he is healthy. But certainly, if you look at the Packers, you believe in it. But I'm with you, DJ. I can't see 12 going elsewhere.
Well, again, their relationship does appear to be as great as it's been, as Rodgers has said as such. And, again, don't forget, LaFleur comes in. Rodgers plays very well with him, does get along with him. They draft Jordan Love. That surprised him. That set everything in motion. Where he stuck around an extra year. This year, he played and he went back to that MVP since the drafting of Love. Would he not start another game for Green Bay other than the one that he did this past year? If Rodgers stays, we'll see what happens. We're not watching the running backs work out. Don't forget,
Okay, on the field drills have begun.
After Jordan Love was A.J. Dillon. How's that going to help? And he's been stupendous. A closer.
My last thing on this topic, though, Rich, to get back to the running backs. Brady's gone now, too, so that NFC that had this allegedly cleared, supposedly. Another topic here.
Jones Drew is down on the field for with salary reserve.
There's a little confusion there. Somehow the Drew is supposed to work. It's actually grown a little bit when it comes to I was going to say, if you need someone to come out and give you a little try to do this thing, I can do it. But then I remember it as well. Down a while, so I didn't want to tear that kid. Strings, none of that good stuff. Watch these guys being around. A lot of energy. Very excited to see him after watching tape. I heard you guys during the year talk about it. Now it's time to see the short, the way you pick your knees up, the suddenness, the jump cuts, all the things here we see. James Cook, smooth, do that, which is nice.
Nice.
Smooth, easy mover. And what you could do in terms of the passing game as well. Girls. Oh, you look good. You look great.
Trying to get goal. See these guys get excited. Really excited to take to a corporate at 47. So smooth. It's exactly true. So it's interesting to see. So I don't think so it's good to see him there.
It's funny, the Notre Dame game, it's the safety at home for a 75-yard touchdown.
Yes, that's all right.
Yep. Lots of shovels and they're putting the Wildcats in that song. I thought they wanted to be more shifty than pure power speed. So, that's why he wasn't having a great time or not. To get away from people.
Oh, really? He has a speed. I don't think he's a great out. I think what I was saying with him is he does a great job taking half of it as we have Brees Hall last week.
looks. There you go. Nicely done. That was fluid.
Mm-hmm. Very smooth.
Here from Lucas Oil Stadium.
All right, so James Cook looking smooth on that first drill. There are a couple others that look smooth there. But realistically, everybody looks smooth on that. Till you start getting into some of the deeper drills at running back, then you can find out who these guys really are. And what I'm learning here is that each one of these positions has its own version of the gauntlet drill. Just a different type of gauntlet drill for each one of them. That really tests these guys. Again, I don't know what other types of drills they use, but we're going to find out. All right. I've also heard from my buddy Kenny from Underdog Sports that he may be joining us at 9:30 here, Eastern Standard Time, in about 18 minutes or so, give or take. I don't know exactly when he's going to be joining us, but we'll see. But I'm interested to see what his take on these guys are. What his team, New England, may be looking for, and which guys he's targeting coming up. So that'll be, and also some of that NFL news that's going around, trade rumors and whatnot. So we'll get to all that. That'll cover a whole half hour of stream time. If we have to go over, we have to go over past 10 o'clock, but that's fine. I don't mind. I'm good. There's Maurice Jones-Drew. Let's listen to him.
But I appreciate you for supporting me. I wish I was on the Rich at the time, the all combine team, the Rich Eisen version. Oh, like I heard you guys talking about. Oh, he's bored on his chest and on his shoulder. Had a terrific career. Well, thank you. You are welcome.
Okay, blast read. This is the blast read drill.
Let's get to this next drill. What are we about to see here? So this drill here, guys, I mean, this is simple. As you're about to get through this hole, there maybe there's Ray Lewis there, someone there. You got guys got here since you're going through it. Get vertical and beat the same thing you're talking about.
See just how quick you get that quick little lateral step, Maurice, and then you it's not drifting, it's getting right back north and south, get up.
It's that cut at the last second, you know. Then you find out who the guys really are.
Because you should always be moving and stopping and going and cutting back and those type of things. You want to have active feet in the hole at all times.
So I said typewriter feet earlier, and I would say that's antiquated now. So I'm not transitioning to corn feet. I think I still eat popcorn. But
I don't know if it's the kind of leaves he was a nice.
We can crowdsource that on Twitter. If anyone wants to let us know somebody with really quick feet, if they got good G-force that we can use or something. Sewing machine.
Here's James Cook. Nice. I expected him to do well on that drill. Very smooth. James Cook, for my money, is the best running back on the board. Y'all might disagree with that, but I mean, his combine looks good. Everything looks smooth.
He had that great contact. I don't know if you talked about that, but when he's able to keep his balance, keep his feet back.
So, Maurice, I know we both like David Montgomery when he's coming out. Obviously, Bridgeville ran faster, same school. But I think both of them share the fact that he's got just fantastic vision and instincts.
You know, I think the difference between Hall and Montgomery is more of a, you know, you're going to get your hands on him. He's going to run through your arm tackles.
Nice. Knight looked good on that drill. McCormick looks smooth as silk. Yeah.
If you get him enough time, you can stop and cut and start and spin and all those things all going the same speed. It's tough to tackle. Yeah, he does a great job. I was really surprised at 4-4. But I mean, again, in open field, he's a tough dude to get close to be honest. I think it was a little guy too. Yeah.
Does a coach ever get run over? I've seen guys get bloody.
It's tough to say. I mean, like, because there's some late recognition required here.
Yeah, I've had to do that job before, and they tell you they want you to let it get right up on you before you give them a direction. I don't do that. I like to get a little bit out in front of that one, trying to leave a piece of me on turf here.
You know, it's funny, I do this real with kids. Yes. Some guys that don't have the work on.
Kenneth Walker just off there for race. He's a fun player, say what you think.
Again, I talked to Bill Tucker about him as well, watch some more tape. I remember he played Michigan with a couple of my buddies in which, you know, I know you're a Michigan fan, so my guys, that's it. And they got a runner that can go. And he showed up in that game. Again, you know, these backs, they catch the ball well, they're great in the field.
Here's Zamir White.
Which is nice to see.
Ooh.
To me, I thought he was the best back in the country last year in college. He won those awards for a reason. I mean, when he didn't do well, guess what? Michigan State did.
Let me just say this right here, real quick here. You don't, both of you guys, do not have to apologize to me for bringing up Kenneth Walker beating the crap out of Michigan, okay? Like, you know, you guys keep on like seeing like you're tiptoeing around me here. I know you had 5 scores against him. I get it. It's okay because I'm the name of the team in which he hoisted the Big Ten championship trophy. So it's Rich. I'm not the one to give you a hard time. If you transition to the James Cook highlight, oh my gosh, it's not. It's okay. There's any connections at all. I have units to win it. How about the home run threat, the big playability once he gets out of the open field? Again, 4 or 5 flat, it doesn't matter. You're going to catch, you can't make you miss.
Ooh.
Talk about that ability to kind of bend that.
That's filthy right there. Ooh.
With the balance and the shiftiness that he has.
Those cuts, though. Those cuts are just disgusting.
Stay alive and find your way to the end zone.
I mean,
stuff for the pass game, little ankle route. This was a clinic in that game against Kentucky, and then you can split him outside.
There's a lot of different ways you could use him.
Run right high on the outside and track the ball over the corner. So when we look at the the scores, again, we've been talking about this. When you combine the production, what you see on the field in the fall, and the athleticism, you put those scores together, you get the overall score. And this is going back to 2007. We saw that's pretty elite company, the guys in that 99 club. Those are some big names joining him on that list.
Okay. So,
You're back with one.
Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret things we didn't buy?
Oh, like Brendan Scherf? Scott Fitter? Your thoughts on this, buddy? Hey. Okay, so James Cook to me looks like the standout right now. I mean, all of the 40 drill, that drill you just saw, he just looks so smooth, and the cuts, man, the cuts are just filthy. So if you're looking for a running back, James Cook is it. I mean, you can't go wrong. He's got good hands too. He can run routes. He's everything you're looking for. As far as what team he might drop to, I have no idea. Okay. Alright, so what do y'all think about this Aaron Rodgers thing, man? This is wild. So we restructured Taylor Moton's contract. How about Hashawn Reddick next?
Running back. And the reason why we're showing him is because his drill,
Running back coach for the Lions.
running in pro days, is now part of the combine. It's called the Deuce Staley drill. What is it?
Great chance here for quickness on this one.
I mean, yeah, the biggest thing with this is being swimming through the bags, right? Everything that they're trying to see with the running backs is can you get your feet up? If you're in the lineman runs and all temperatures, we're going to see how the people feel when they start to stop. And this is another drill for it, right? How can you, with the opposite in front of you, James Cook, I've seen him just so smooth and effortless, right? And that's what they want to see as an athlete out here. I have to tell you, they're getting close. Guys, from he's got to put that out there at Freedom High School. All right. His dad actually coached my cousin. His coach doesn't know. He's put it out there. He's family fair on it. What do you?
He's second in rushing at Fresno State.
Exactly. And this guy can play, which, I mean, I don't think he didn't run that 4-6 area. I mean, honestly, he's fluent.
Speaking of JD, Singletary 5'7.5", 203, 466. Rivers 5'7.5", 195, 462.
Can play.
Yep.
You better stare down there.
You never go stare down when you get the ball in your hands. You gotta do it so you can do it here as well.
Does it mirror White? All these Georgia running backs are pretty good at not staring down.
Let's look and go the way back to Sheeker. Seeing really just the best running back right there. Well, do the Deuce Staley drill. Deuce Staley running the Deuce Staley drill. Good quick feet, change of direction, and the first smash it one more time. How did he go in second? There's the change of direction. Okay. See the change of direction. Off you go. It's a lot of jack.
You can show week 18.
Oh, we can show that.
That is really left the mark.
That's true. Thank you. That's why I talk about Michigan.
Deuce Staley, running backs after the draft. They used to pair up the scout with the coach. So me and Deuce were paired up to go try and make those calls right after the draft, which are always difficult.
Oh, we got the Chiefs running back coach. Okay.
By the way, Eagles fans know the running backs coach right there for the Chiefs.
Greg Lewis.
Yeah. Andy Reid going way back into his old roster.
Wow.
He likes to get those former players involved.
Was Greg Lewis part of the Reds?
I think that
Yes, he was.
correct.
Mm-hmm.
Freddie Mitchell?
I want to say Fred Mitchell was the first one really had the belt, too, that had the championship belt.
Flat route.
You can do it too. We just did a lot of production capacity. Great bell right there, just caught that ball right. 4 catches for 5 yards this year. So he's going to catch that.
I was going to tell you, San Diego State, they don't care about the ball, so if they start running, sometimes you get it.
We can see that arise this footage.
Yeah, so I tempted to let you execute. I would be
another one of you guys.
There you go. That's going to be your first episode that you've had at Combine.
I'm happy to have it.
This is something that's really wild. He runs routes like a wideout. Natural soft game. I saw that.
He didn't even get the ball hit his head.
We're seeing him on the draft.
Usually when you hear what he is, he's not a full-time running back. But usually in the third round is kind of that sweet spot. But he's a player. You think of in this building, he finds in a role that he plays there. You can see a similar role for James Cook.
Nice.
Yeah, I could see him going Steelers. That's possible.
Yeah, he's still outside here, but just a sturdy
A little wider on the little body. I think that's where you look at running backs. You want to see those guys at the tackles, as we saw Jonathan Taylor. You know, we keep talking about this building. It's a wide little crack.
All right. Get off my back, Ross.
I wonder if Sirianni at 24 against the Chiefs. Kenny Checks was competing now. She was.
We give a red star. When I was with the Ravens, we had a chance on as a draft firm. You give a red star to one player to draft. Kenny Checks was my top one red star.
Check that out after
You're running a flat route right now, guys.
He did some damage with the balls that he got.
There it is.
As well.
I mentioned MJD. I mentioned Ricky.
So if you got things out here, you got to show some love. Here's Walker.
Easy, Kenneth Walker. Wow.
And that's just a great example where Jonathan Taylor just gets catch a lot of balls. He can't catch, just didn't get the opportunities. Kenneth Walker is another example where I get a chance to catch the ball here, show what he can do with passing look out.
Yep, Zamir White.
Georgia running back there. I think we're going to see the entire Georgia defense now.
They have the most players here at the combine. All right, we're going to flip the field a little bit here, I think. Back to more drills. This is number 99.
All right, so yeah, Kenneth got my attention on that play right there. That little drill. You notice how like everybody turned at a specific point. Kenneth was already turned. Like a fraction of a second before these guys were. He was waiting on that ball. I mean, that was... And he looked it in, caught it, no problem, took off. James Cook, with the turn at the specific point that everybody else is turning, nothing new there. But the catch, though, the catch and the quickness, they were remarking on how you couldn't hear him. You couldn't even hear the catch because that was impressive. So I mean, we'll see who else shows up during this drill, but I'm enjoying this, man. If y'all are enjoying this too, hit that like button. Helps out a lot. Ooh, excuse me, y'all. No one snuck up on me. Like I said, dealing with cold symptoms, be patient with me. Oh. Oh. I feel like that tight end board changed a little bit with what went on in day one. The O-line board is going to change significantly. With a few of them. And wide receivers. I mean, the wide receiver class went crazy with the 40s, so that's going to impact some trades, some draft picks. Alright, so now
Training both eyes. You gotta be able to see out of the right eye when you're looking obviously to the right sideline. You're gonna see how you catch the ball coming off that left eye. They come a little quicker to some guys. You know, so you gotta make sure they can read the balance job.
Mm-hmm. Nice turn, Jerome.
That's strong hands to attack that bucket there with Kante. Okay. Dalvin.
He's talking about himself.
I think so.
Ouch. Right in the ego. Oof.
It's a tough job to get into the
She ain't lying. Whoa, that was right in the ego, boys. He got that purple heart, too. He's definitely talking about himself. Orlando Brown. She used to let go of Orlando Brown. That's what I was looking at. What's his contract look like? We got Chandler Jones out there for the Cardinals. That's one I'm looking at. You know. Ogaba. Yeah. Maybe. I know Rudolph is out there as a free agent. I know Giants are not 100% sold on their quarterback right now. So we may see him drop onto that quarterback carousel pretty soon. We'll see. There was one name on this list I was looking at. Hold on, y'all. Cam Robinson. I already mentioned Cam Robinson. Christian Kirk. I mentioned Christian Kirk. Cordell Patterson. Cordell Patterson's the one I'm looking at because he can play running back and wide receiver, which fits our system. You know, we're looking for somebody that can do both. Which if we go out and we sign Cordell Patterson, then that leaves CMC up for a trade. That's essentially what that does. Because we're thinking about putting CMC at slot. So
If you watch NFL Sunday, you'll see this every game. It's one of the best matchups in football. Let's get these pass-on backers on this route.
Texas. Something Texas.
He's not really running a lot in college. At least I didn't see a lot of guys run this from college when I was watching games. But this is, like you said, he's sustainable. I mean, he's on the outside line. Blitzing every deal throw.
And old Texas. Okay. That's what I think I read, right? Y'all tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, 20 touchdowns, right? Total? Yeah. I'd like to get on this route for sure.
Oh, Damien missed that ball. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when I was watching him, he's you're out there. There's some good he can slam on the brakes and makes guys miss. That's from a kind of upward motion. Yeah. Which is a little different from the cops you're like used to. But I think there's so many different type of running styles. To see how successful he was at Texas A&M, I watched that Alabama game. That's some crucial runs in that game. It's big time.
Nice.
I mentioned Christian McCaffrey and get a chance to see him drills here on the field. Combine. He was one of the best.
Oh, here we go.
Combine that you see in the NFL.
Yep, CMC was the best at it.
Across their face. Here's a little ball back
Woo.
to the outside. It's just not fair. It's one of the best matchups on the field. Again, look at the change of direction on Miles Jack to Bruin there. Jack hit Bruin. Brees Hall stumbled a little bit coming back across.
I love that that's a part of the combine now. Brees Hall. Okay.
A little bit heavier, a little bit faster.
So y'all like Brees Hall, huh?
Hurts so good with this spicy marinara sauce and spiced red chili.
Hold up. And who was that again? That was Reese. They're talking about Reese? Oh, Brees. Okay. Brees Hall, Iowa State. Wow. Not often you see a comparison to CMC up in here, man. You gotta take that seriously. I'm glad I watch these running backs now. I might have missed that. My goodness. All right, so what do y'all think about the rest of these running backs right now? You like them? They're What do you think? Obviously, everybody likes James Cook right now, but There's obviously more out there than just that. But, you know, there's some names in here that you like. We'll take a look at them. You know, I'll do some film study on them. You know, just messing around with a film study on running backs. Why not? You know. All right. Well, I was expecting Kenny to come up in here, but I haven't heard from him, so let me check on him real quick. See if he still wants to join up. Obviously, they're talking about the 40-yard dash. Zamir White and James Cook looking at 7 and 8. You know, with a 4.42. Kenneth Walker beat them both. Ty Chandler beat them both. You know, so both with the 4.38 and the 40. So I mean,
Cook is 4.42 officially. Did I see that? Yes, you did. So he's under that. So he upgraded. Yeah, the solid cap didn't support it. That was at the first one, the second. On the second.
So he actually improved? Wow.
Some controversy here. Does Calvin have to win? It was the second run. His first run was the one that was 4.42. Simon gave this. I mean, officially dropping. You're starting now. This is the lead on his RB1. Wow, he's got some evidence in his favor, though. Today. How fast are they both really? Back on the field, Maurice Jones-Drew, take it away.
Well, we're running I think we're going to get to the option route here. Okay, now, having this option route, which is just offers the account from his XL, do the same thing. You know, get that guy, that linebacker, put your foot, slow it out to the sideline. Just use it at this route play. There you go.
I think it's an honor here for him as well. You got that's right. That's not see this was all Chris McCaffrey also. You have there's some Howell trust. There's some because he's passed so far inside on that inside post view. He's now turning to the sideline. So the thing is, those things for you. I know you just want to see how he's going to throw. You saw him there's an outside foot catch, right? Then put your outside foot. Smooth. Yeah, he's quite guys are trying to as fast as you can space. Playing sometimes so what and getting your routes.
None of them are really standing out on this. But good drill, though. Route.
It's a nice shot to the drill, stalks all well. Actually, what I saw. Okay, I did not think we would have this many guys going off for circle below. I noticed it again, I think you'll see in this draft, I said this last couple positions, third, fourth, fifth, round, you're going to find great value.
Good speed, Isaiah.
Everything he does is smooth.
It is.
4'6" guy, I get it.
He's right.
He's at that 4'6" at all times. You know, who's finding things at 4'6"? Yeah, 4'6". 4'6" all the time. That's tough to cover. Yep.
Very true.
You're taking all steps like this, just he's in and out of there. Walker. Those stairs now. When you walk up all these guys, because obviously we see them on tape, very well put together. I mean, guys got those straps. These tight straps. That's what he struts. Having combine protection. I'm jealous. Believe me, I worked hard for that body. Don't let it go. All right, guys. We saw Kenneth Walker. We've seen him roll today. Had a great workout. I was talking to Mel Tucker, MJD. He talked about in that opening game, he was outstanding running the ball, but he struggled with pass protection. He said, DJ, let me send you a clip of the first record team in pass protection that following week. Watch him be able to finish this all the way back through the line. He said this is the kind of kid that he is. You know, you have a great game, you give him a little bit of a coaching tidbit, and you give him a little challenge, and he meets it that very next day in practice. I think it says a lot of Kenneth Walker. He's good.
Very skilled guy. Yeah, for real.
Let's see some side by side.
Ooh. Look at that comparison.
Single is a hand down, by the way. I need a quarter of an inch.
Really good. Coachable. You know, the scouts I talked to about this young man consider him very coachable to MJD's point, and one of those areas this past season, just he felt like he improved his speed substantially. I know you guys mentioned that game against Michigan, right, where he had those 197 yards, the 5 touchdowns, the 9 yards per carry. Obviously, he told us this week, that was my best game, right, that I put on tape. I'm sure he felt like that. He was feeling himself after that moment, but I think the coolest thing he said this week, my goal this year in the NFL is to be the rookie of the year.
Love it. That's the attitude you got to have, man. You coming into the NFL, you got to think big. Big goals, big successes.
Yeah, he was fun. Second round pick, though.
Nice.
Yes, realize that some years, MJD, what we've seen, the running backs look great through just clang off their hands or get the throwing motion. These guys are catching on really well. I
think it'll take that 707 with the high school 707. These guys play receiver.
A little bit of a vertical route right there.
And you see them out there playing receivers. Those kind of reps. I think the game is obviously changes that as well. These guys this year, the last couple years, I like it.
It's set up really good.
State's pretty small. Drill stuff. He's a god. Plus, these fans are still sticking around here watching drills at 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, so I mean, you had a little vertical drill going on right there. Zoop, zoop, you know. Little cut route right there. That's one of the staples. Never to get the name of it. This is an interesting day too so far. Kind of slowed down a little bit, but the linemen were the main focus. We'll see what we have coming up tomorrow. Defensive linemen and linebackers, I believe, right? Yeah. Who are y'all looking at as far as defensive linebackers and linebackers? Defensive linemen and linebackers.
Different body type. Good football player. Who's that guy? You should go over here, hands drop on there, right? No doubt about it. See, guy like getting all around, but final decision. Yeah, smart truck.
I don't know. It's like Little League tryouts. Your dad's up there putting teams together, having the same conversations. That's like the coach, the general manager, you're New York Giants.
Cool.
He's one of those guys where I've got a solid grade on, but I'm going to go back and do some more work on him because I think what he looks like today. That's for sure. That happens a lot. There's always there's a handful of guys in JD at every position. You can't just go through and you can just narrow it down a little bit. It's not that fun to watch every game on 300 plus guys at this point in the process, but you identify some key guys. Like, hey, go conversations take place in these six weeks with these teams.
So Rich Johnson Shuttle Drill cleans up his player and the first one. It's Akeem self-promotion. Smaller ratio. 200 on that still not just generally. These Maurice youngsters trace knowledge.
You know who else had an upright style like that? It was TJ Yeldon. Remember when he was at Alabama?
That's a flat route that they're doing now.
Upright style, physical. Inside the league. Oh my goodness. Very smooth. Good outside zone. This is great. Offensive line escape. This is one of the better pass catching running backs we've seen here, too. Running fast 40, similar to Ronnie Rivers. They both had great field work ethic. They both catch the heck out of football. Now, we've been talking about the Cook family here. Let's get to Dalvin Cook in the drill that we just witnessed right here. Catch the ball on a flare. And look how just natural and easy that is. He doesn't have to gear down to catch the ball, catch it full stride. He's got the confidence in his hands. And this, I'll tell you, as a quarterback, I hate throwing this ball. It's a difficult throw because you got to have that perfect touch, get it out there on the upfield shoulder so you can go with it. Kirk Cousins throws this really well. Watch it right there, get him out in front, and then look at the transition, the burst and the juice from Dalvin Cook to get him. Here's his brother, James Cook. It's the family business, guys.
That is, you got to make sure that the throw is in front of his shoulder. It's got to be.
Yeah.
You got to get the ball incomplete. There's a fumble. There's also
exactly.
It's a dicey proposition.
It's a tough here side by side. And it's a comeback of proportions. James Cook.
The time is definitely now sitting well on the Dalvin Cook
on the James side of things, though, when you look at the jump speed better, that would point towards him maybe being a little faster. So, simulcam, a little controversy there.
He's looking at himself up on the screen. Our broadcast is up on the screen for the fans who are still here.
I wish he was just looking at the camera and doing a funny face.
I don't know. He's locked in, man. There's still more drills, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Rich, you know, people, it's so funny. We do all the drills as running backs. These are workhorses. You got to run, do all the jumps. Then you got to do your drill. Then you got to do your occasionally, you're going to have some guys do some power turns for that as well.
Yes.
Because you have to have, like, I remember Christian McCaffrey when he came into this, he did the whole receiver route tree as well. So you may have some guys do that as well. Like the stadium, he's out there still running around. I remember that.
He looked better than most receivers that were drafted.
I think we said it that year.
The only receiver about players with McCaffrey that he
Wheel route drills right now.
You know, kind of some of what happens with that is because you're such a tremendous talent, they're putting the ball in your hands so much.
Oh, Kennedy. Put that drop right there, man.
So when you got those bail count guys, you got to give them a Wednesday off. Hey, I heard you say when you get older, you came right to me on that one. Yeah. So you have for now. Jamal Lewis. We're in Baltimore, so maybe a Wednesday or a Thursday, have some, practice on a Friday. He's ready for Sunday.
He's off a little bit here. Snoop Connor.
Oh, Snoop. Good effort, though. Easy, smooth catch right there. I like Cook, man. Oh.
That's my bad. He's doing everything. You say that I can feel it. I just got a text. That's what I want to talk about. Our show. I said, well, I'm still okay. I want to get one. It's just I didn't wonder. Okay, great. Sincere. This is going later. Down the seam, MJD. When you watch how they used him in Florida.
Yes, they
Mm-hmm.
the little H pops off a play.
They run some of those trail routes too.
Oh, right in stride, Ronnie Rivers.
Yeah,
Okay.
Did you see that he caught that one against where he kind of went up over two guys? Yeah.
I like him.
I'm not going to say that's the night Charles.
I'm just saying that because I wanted Charles to jump in.
Charles first up in 10 years, Tennessee.
This Chris Shaw looks good when he's running.
Yeah, he does. Good catch, too. Oh, Jalen. Got too interested in running it. Mm-hmm. There it is. Shot white. Okay. Samir, overthrown ball.
Jumps with these guys. The way they caught the ball and their feet in the right drills. For guys that kind of now talked about Brooks. I heard you guys talking about Brooks a little bit. Yeah, his style is nice. I mean, smooth, natural. One of those guys that struggles to run.
So here he's one of them. Connor, as we saw, get the big up. There you go. Double catch.
Okay.
You're asking if anyone else needs one. Nice call. Nice call for a makeup. Is that it? No. There you go. Ingram.
So hey, let's stay on the break now.
Ingram. All right. Yeah. There it is. Samir White again. Oh, come on. Put the ball in his hands.
for you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done, Morris Structure. Hey, oh, by the way, the man who created the combine, Gilbrand, got his 9-0. I love how he spelled it all out there in hours and minutes.
Wow.
Scouting community. The man who once signed Julius Caesar in his 40th. Happy birthday, Gil. Happy birthday, Gil.
So yeah, that's a shame that Zamir didn't get another opportunity there, and both of those were overthrown to him. Yeah, he was looking good though through the whole thing. A lot of potential for success for Zamir, I think. You know, late round pick probably 4th or 5th. You know, but he'll get some attention. I am being told that Kenny will be joining me on the stream here. So we're going to kind of wait for him. They are done with drills. So if you'd like, I can keep the sound on and let y'all listen to the wrap up. That is up to you. But really, I'm just here to react to the drills. So. I'm going to wait for him to let me know. Okay.
She was hard at work this afternoon and this evening. Still going. Still working. No one working. She's still going. Just mocking people leaving. See how fast they can work their way up the stairs. Intensity on that face. Oh, wait, Rachel Bonetta. Part of a record-setting day. Yet again, in terms of Running backs and offensive linemen, they had a half dozen running backs. The box subs 440, pretty impressive. Offensive linemen, you had a half dozen, under 5 flats. Half a dozen of them. Incredible. Once again, let's take a look at some of the highlights from today. How did Akeem do, Charles?
Did well. Akeem is maybe one of the top 2 candidates to be the number 1 pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars if indeed they go offensive tackle as many of us expect. Between him and Evan Neal, Alabama did not work out today. Pro day. And Akeem wanted him. He took full advantage of it, showing off his athleticism and his.
If Akeem goes to the Jags, Evan Neal might drop to us at 6. That works to our favor, y'all.
1,200 pass protections since 2020, the most in college football per PFF.
Personally, I prefer Evan Neal.
But boy, can he move and pass protect. Very curious to see what the scouts thought of his performance today.
I like Charles Cross. You know, if we can't get Evan Neal.
The running backs took center stage. In that time, pretty small, the number 1 running back, according to Jeremiah, is drafted at this point. Sensational. Every year, first when we thought about a player,
to the tape because now question marks arise. Confirmation for Brees Hall throughout this day. I texted a GM who got the belt as far as the running back room goes. Brees Hall and everybody else. It was that impressive.
Let's look ahead to Saturday as now we put the offense to bed. Defense takes center stage. 9 of the top 20 players, according to Daniel Jeremiah, in this draft will be on this field tomorrow.
Are they all from Georgia?
That's what it feels like. We're thinking of building
I know, right?
for Saturday afternoon.
Adam Hutchinson.
That's where I'll start off. You see Nakobe Dean right there. He just won a Jordan Davis defensive tackle.
I want to see Nakobe Dean.
Trayvon Walker, who I think is going to test phenomenally well at the edge spot. Dean, Quay Walker, as you guys saw in the Senior Bowl, you've got Channing Tindall at linebacker, who wasn't even a starter on the Bulldogs. He's going to be in the combine. He's going to test well. 6 players, not on their 6 players in their front 7 are going to be competing tomorrow for the Georgia Bulldogs, and I cannot wait to see those guys fly. And Jordan Davis to me is the most interesting one. I don't know where he fits in the NFL in 2022, and yet that physical specimen walking off the bus, I would not want to face that man.
A lot of people would have said Terrence Cody. Remember Mount Cody from Alabama?
He's not Terrence Cody. I think he's much more trending towards being a 3-down of the defensive lineman, but he still has to show more of that pass rush ability.
Patriots are not expected to tag JC, their corner. Cole Beasley has been given permission to trade, so that's something to look at.
Watch him at linebacker. I'm going to give you one more. Terrell Bernard from Baylor. Go back and watch the Sugar Bowl tape. I think he just made another tackle.
Hey, not just a low-hanging fruit. Rich Eisen, that's not possible, is it?
Oh, he's just saying it's easy to sit there and say, I can't wait to watch one of the best players in college football out there on the field. That's what I think is what he's saying.
He's got a running mate who's going to have a phenomenal testing day as well.
David Chavo as well. So that is tomorrow. And we're on the air at 4 Eastern time. On Saturday, I give you the floor. What you thinking about right now?
I'll tell you what, I've enjoyed our first 2 days, but everything for me is tomorrow. This is the draft. This is the absolute cream of the crop. It is this edge rusher group.
I agree.
Hutchinson, Kayvon Thibodeau from Oregon. Trayvon Walker, I think, could be one of the big-time testers. Jermaine Johnson.
I think so, too.
Both those guys, I think, have a chance, are likely to go in the top 10. And George Karlaftis from Purdue.
I haven't really paid much attention to George. Maybe I will.
5 of these guys go off the board in the first 10 to 12 picks.
Kayvon from Oregon. Okay. I'll take a look at him.
And it goes well beyond that. I could fill up a lot of our time about all the guys we're going to see tomorrow, but it's going to be fun.
And the linebackers, who was, might be the best pass rushers out there, too. Michael Parsons is your defensive Rookie of the Year, who was unanimous, so you never know.
Yeah, and they mentioned the guys from Georgia. We have a bunch of those guys. Devin Lloyd from Utah is going to put on a show as well. So it is a front 7 draft, and you're a team that wants edge rushers and linebackers, you're going to sleep well tonight.
And yet, it's entirely possible you saw the first overall pick of the draft on that field today.
Yeah,
entirely possible. Yeah, Icky Aquano, Evan Neal, either one of them. Yeah, we saw Neal out there, and we will see him at his pro day. Another fun day. The offense is done. The defense will get out there starting tomorrow. We're halfway through the scouting combine. For everybody here in Indianapolis, we're saying good night and see you tomorrow. For the moment, NFL Total Access starts right now.
Alright, so I don't know what time I'm actually going to be streaming tomorrow. It's going to be a bit of a mess. Because I do have something scheduled for around 6, so... I mean... I may have to skip out on streaming the first half of tomorrow. Excuse me, guys. It may end up just being from 8:30 on, which I mean I could do that if you guys want. Or I could just not stream and post about my thoughts on the following stream that's a film study. So y'all let me know what you think we should do. Currently we are number 6, so we'll see what happens. Do we want to stick with 6? Do we want to move down based on what we just saw today? I don't know. I still feel like it's going to be based on how the draft rolls, you know? Again, Evan Neal not doing anything today. Actually does benefit us. Speaking of, here he is now.
We're out on the box. Their Lions number 2 overall prospect is NC State.
Okay, I missed him. Anyway, that actually works to our favor because Evan could be available if the Jags take Akeem with the number 1 pick. So, that being said, I like our chances of getting either him or Charles Cross at number 6. Is that the direction we want to go, though? You know, that's the big question right now. Do we want to move down? Do we want to get some B-plus linemen? There were a couple of them that stood out today that could be on our radar. I'll let Scott do the legwork on that one. But whoever is still on the board is probably going to be there late first round, which is what we want. Like I said, 15, 16, what we want. You know, make that phone call with the Eagles, man. I'm telling you. If we don't get Evan Neal, it needs to happen. Because if Evan Neal goes to the Jags or Akeem goes to the Jags, one of the two of them is going to drop into the top 10 to 15. And then Charles Cross will drop to us at 15 or 16 if we make that trade to the Eagles. You know, one of the two of them is going to be gone in the top 15. That's a guarantee. Probably both. But Charles is a good opportunity for us to start advancing our line and start building. I think he, in my opinion, is rated as a B plus lineman, and I know I'm going to get some flack for that. Versus the A's, Akeem and Evan Neal in this draft. So we haven't exactly had the A plus type lineman this time around. It's kind of a slower draft class as far as production is considered. But I think we could still get what we want. And even so, the guy doesn't have to be a Pro Bowler that we pick up, but he does at least have to protect our line and add to our production on the offensive line. Well, there's LT.
Right? And to be honest, he and Neil has the same arm length. They're both 34 inches. And so, but Iki to me may be a little bit better fit because of the versatility that he plays with. Excellent pass blocker, excellent run blocker. And I just think this is a guy that, athletically, he will be able to line up right away and be able to protect Trevor Lawrence. So, not taking anything away from Evan Neal. I do think it's all about fitting into Jacksonville and Peterson's system. Yeah. Maybe you look for a little bit more of a versatile guy like it.
I could see Icky possibly sneaking in there, maybe taking that top spot, especially the way that he performed yesterday. All right, LT, your Jets believe they have their franchise QB. Should they protect him by taking an offensive lineman with one of those top 10 picks they have?
I don't think so. I mean, they drafted Kyle Becton last year, and I'm not a big fan of doubling down and drafting another offensive lineman, a tackle high in the draft when you just did it last year. So I'm going to improve the whole team. I'm thinking about the entire team.
I have to disagree with him on that.
In Hutchinson or Thibodeau, because the Jets have to get better on defense. And one of the things that Robert Saleh said earlier this week was we can help our quarterback, Zach Wilson, by drafting a defensive guy and improving our defense. So if I'm the Jets, I don't worry about drafting offensive lineman. I'm getting one of these top-notch pass rushers, and then at number 10, I think I'll get my playmaker in Drake London and bring it to the Jets so Zach Wilson have a target.
Jets do neither of these things. Newsflash.
Those pass rushers there, for him to have 2 picks right there at the top, for him to not.
That's been the Jets' history.
Now, I'm saying, I'm looking at it from just Zach Wilson's standpoint, and I would say take Icky here.
No, it's David Carr.
It's because Evan, for me, goes to Jacksonville. Icky's a fantastic player. We saw him run. We saw him move. Obviously, man, the guy knows
long pull,
high Madden score or high ranking as far as his grade. So put him in there and then grab Garrett Wilson from Ohio State as a wide receiver. Now that's
5-yard wave drill.
That's going to be like, I'm going to need some help going into the week. Because if I walk in there like that, I'm going to need like 3 or 4 other coaches, and maybe even Zach Wilson's going to talk to that. But for me, that'd be a dream scenario for the Jets. Now, they might not need that. Zach might just be able to overcome that and make some plays dynamically with his legs that maybe you don't need it. But get an offensive guy at least for those first 2 picks.
Well, and they have that draft capital there, but so do the Giants.
They do.
So should they go offensive line with one of their 2 top 10?
Yeah, absolutely. I would like them to go offense and defensive line with one of those top 10 picks. I think that when you look at the kid from Iowa, the center there, I think that that's a great anchor, right? He didn't work out today, right? It's Linderbaum, but he was also on that.
They're going to talk about us in a little bit here. I'm going to let them. I'm going to let them speak here.
Centers are a different breed. Sean O'Hare is a different. Come on, Sean. We're just going to talk, and then you got to have a little bit something to you. If you can find a guy like this, the Giants have been looking for someone to anchor that offensive line for like 5 years. They've had issues. They haven't had stability there. Bring a guy into the center of that offensive line that can now make everyone else better and your quarterback will.
I'm going to stop you right there. The Giants, before Gettleman retired, were never going to go offensive line because that's not Gettleman's style of doing things. It just never was. He never drafted an offensive lineman with us, and he never will with the Giants.
And Neil and Akeem, if they're gone, then you're looking at Penny, who was an excellent, offensive tackle in his right, but playing at a mid-major school, a smaller school, has the size and all the dimensions, but Daniel Jeremiah has him as a number 23rd prospect. I'm not so sure. Like I want to get him at number 6. That might be a little bit too high. And so if I'm Carolina, I'm thinking of trading back and still being able to possibly get Penny in the middle part of the first round. If I need a quarterback, you can also pull the trigger on one of those quarterbacks as well. But at 6, I believe it's too high for a quarterback or an offensive line.
One quick thought, Panthers. I just came across this. Sam Darnold's only 1 year older than Kenny Pickett. 1 year older. Think about that. So he's still a young guy. I know it's crazy to say, okay, let's just give up on Sam Darnold. I don't want to do that, but let's not be too quick on that because he's still a young guy. Yeah.
I mean, the quarterback situation right now, kind of Carolina. Cam Newton's there, probably a free agent. Sam Darnold, PJ Walker.
It's a 3-ring circus.
Consider for that team, especially as we look at who's available and the best kind of players in this draft class. All right, there are very few teams that wouldn't benefit from an upgrade at some point along their old line. Other teams that need include the Ravens, the Bengals, the Titans, and the Dolphins all in that mix. David, when you think of teams that really have to prioritize getting an offensive lineman in the first round of this draft, who comes to mind for you?
Well, we watched Pat Mahomes run around for his life in the Super Bowl against the Bucs, and what did the Chiefs do? They went and got offensive linemen all over the place to help Pat Mahomes. Okay, so when I watched the Bengals this year, what was the theme? Joe Burrow's doing things above and beyond the Call of Duty. He's still getting hit and sacked, finds a way to beat Tennessee, gets all the way to the Super Bowl. I think that, you just talked about Trevor Penny, right? Maybe falling back later.
Yep, we are definitely on that list. We need a lineman bad.
To the Bengals at 31. If he gets to the 20s.
But our fan base will never agree on that.
If I was the Bengals to go grab this guy, because I know their offensive line coach, Brian Clinton. He actually went to high school with Derek, my brother. And this guy is an absolute monster. Literally, he watches Saw pregame every game. The guy is crazy. He has no friends, right? He fights himself. I think you need someone like that to just mix it up and protect your Super Bowl quarterback, your young stud Joe Burrow. This guy is windmill dunking at 6'7". He's 330 pounds. The thing you mentioned might be a blessing for the Bengals that he played in the FCS, but a 99, talk about 99 grades, 99.9 Pro Football Focus as far as a run block grade. He literally missed no blocks all year. He can't help the guys that line up against him. He just dominates them. So, that would be a dream scenario for the Bengals.
For me, it's the Philadelphia Eagles, and I know they did very well protecting Jalen Hurts at times last year. But I'm thinking about some of the guys that are getting a little bit older now. Lane Johnson is there at tackle, and I think you have to start to think about that with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Ooh, good point, LT. Good point.
He's going to be there. We assume he's going to be there. Okay, but also Jason Kelsey, the center, who has talked to hinted at retiring possibly. So I think if you're Philly, if you're thinking about, hey, let's improve this, continue to improve this offensive line, build depth on this offensive line, not necessarily at the tackle position, but the interior part of the offensive line is where I think Philadelphia can.
Ooh. He's got a point. That made me rethink this whole Eagles trade, y'all.
Presented by Verizon. It continues tomorrow from Indianapolis. We got defensive line, linebackers there. You're up, guys. Let's go. This group is full of potential first round picks. We'll get to go.
Excuse me, y'all.
Where he is right.
Alright, guys, so they're going to continue to tell us that, we should trade back on NFL Network, and I agree. But LT made a good point right there. He said that Jason Kelsey is thinking about retiring. And The Eagles line could use some help. Okay, the Seahawks declined that Russell Wilson trade offer. Okay.
I'm listening to offensive general manager John Schneider say he picks up the phone, but regardless, this went nowhere. This does show MJ that the Commanders are very serious about getting a big-time quarterback this offseason.
Yeah, that's a statement in and of itself. All right. Meanwhile, the Cowboys have a salary cap issue heading into free agency, and they may be making some moves to address that. What can you tell us?
The way the Cowboys will address that, MJ, is to part ways with their number one receiver. 2 years ago, Amari Cooper was the big-time prize of their free agent class, signed to a huge 5-year, $100 million contract. In that deal, with $40 million was fully guaranteed. They can get out of this deal basically this year with no penalties. He is due $20 million. It does not seem like the Cowboys are set, especially when they've been in talks with Michael Gallup on a long-term extension to keep him there. So my understanding of what's happening with the Cowboys now, they're going to attempt to trade Amari Cooper for that $20 million. They've had conversations with teams already. Our urgency now, they have about 2 weeks to do so before this year becomes fully guaranteed. If they cannot strike a deal, Cowboys are expected to release him.
See, this is what.
What do y'all make of that? That's big right there. We're not exactly in the market for a wide receiver, but still. That's big time stuff right there. Alright, so I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna give him one more chance. I wanted to get my buddy Kenny up in here, man, but I'm gonna give him one more chance. Because I'm about to cut the stream here in about 15 minutes. If he doesn't jump in. So, I appreciate y'all so much. It's been an interesting day, too. Alright. I just got word back that he's not going to be joining us tonight. So, alright. That will do it for this stream of the NFL Combine. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. If you did, hit that like button. Leave a comment down below. Let me know what players you liked from today. Let me know what players you liked from yesterday as well. And we'll talk about them. Also, who are you looking forward to seeing tomorrow? Who would you like me to check out and take a look at? Please let me know. I'll check them out. That being the case, if you like the channel, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And be sure to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. Quick shout out to Vietnam 26, who has been in my stream today. Left me a lot of things to think about here. And shout out to everybody else that's come by and checking out the stream. And all the ones checking it out on the VOD. You can find all my streams on VODs after they are done on the YouTube channel and on Facebook if I stream on Facebook. Thank you guys so much for all your support, all the new likes, all the new subs. You're all family here. Welcome on in if you are new. And we will likely be streaming from 8:30 to 10 tomorrow for day 3 of the actual measurements and drills for the combine. That will be the final day that we are doing it, so be sure to stop by, check that out, and be sure to hit that bell because we're going to be doing some streams with film study and mock drafts coming up in the future this month and the next month after. So, in preparation for the draft. So if you'd like to be a part of that, make sure that you hit that bell. Don't miss it. A lot of fun. We talk about a lot of things up in this chat, man. We talk about a lot of ideas, and any ideas are welcome. All 32 teams fans are welcome, or just fans in general that are just new to the sport that would like to learn more about the sport. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.